Oh my gosh. Hi, everybody. Isn't that a fun little intro that Amos put together? I love it. Sorry for being late. Everyone knows my dog Zoe always has to scratch on the door to go outside the minute I'm supposed to go live on any show. And of course, she decided to do that today. But here we are. It's just me for now. Hopefully, me, not a drama llama. Hopefully, Annie will be joining me later or somebody. I don't know. But hello, everyone. So today we're watching Lori Vallow's trial, day four. Yes, day 4. And they just got into the courtroom. So let's go. Give me just a second. Give me just a second.
Council, advisory council, does anyone have an issue starting at 10 a.m. on Monday and Tuesday?
No, Your Honor.
Advisory council?
Monday and Tuesday? Just 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so for advising your witnesses, we'll plan on starting at 10 a.m. on Monday and Tuesday.
What's that, our time?
Discuss before the
1:30?
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
All right. Do you want to? All right, we're ready for the jury.
By the way, so I looked up Nate Eaton's text. What do they call those? Live tweets. There we go.
Okay.
It turns out Colby, Lori's son, is in the audience along with Kay Woodcock, Charles' sister.
Come up to the bench, and I just want to discuss off the record potential scheduling for the second trial.
Oh, scheduling for the second trial. Well, okay. Anyway, I guess while we're doing that, I will catch you up on what Nate has said this morning. Because remember, they're like on a 30-minute delay, court orders. So we kind of get some insight on how things have been going ahead of time. So do you guys want to know who the first witness of the day is? Because it's going to be good. It's going to be really good. You guys let me know. I won't spoil it if you don't want to know. But I will say that Nate said that Colby, again, Lori's son, is there sitting next to Kay, Charles' sister. This is the first time that Colby has seen his mom since he testified against her in Idaho 2 years ago. And Nate isn't sure if Lori's even seen that Colby's in the audience. So I think that's pretty interesting. I mean, I'm not surprised that Kay is there. She was there, like, I believe they were there like every day for the Idaho trial. Oh, Buffy says, tell you more. Okay, you guys. So the first witness of today is Adam Cox, Lori's brother. So, I don't know how that's going to go. Hi, Angie. Hi. I have a feeling that Lori's not going to like that very much. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. I mean, if she had a problem with that woman that Charles was talking to before he died, then her own brother on the stand is, I think, not going to be great for her. Could you imagine? I mean, Alex is dead, right? But their other brother, Adam, could have potentially been testifying against his own brother and sister. Like, that's kind of effed when you think about it. How awful. How awful. Oh, the T. Oh, that cross. I think it's going to be something, you guys. By the way, look at my hair today. Well, the weight of it's kind of pulled my curls out, but I fell asleep with a messy bun, and then I undid it, and then it was all curly and beautiful and amazing, which never happens. My hair is like a beast that needs tamed all the time. Buffy's popping that popcorn. Pop that popcorn, girl. Good afternoon, Amy Four. Oh, Nancy Joe. Yeah, that was that lady's name. Oh, the lawyer, had a great review of Nancy Joe yesterday, like her on the stand. I'll have to watch that. I'm very curious of what Peter has to say. Love Peter so much. I may be a bit of a fangirl. I'm not going to lie. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was fishing for compliments because I've never done this by myself before. I suppose it's no different than just talking into Discord by myself while everyone is on mute and just listening. But it's a little different when it's live on YouTube, I suppose. Oh, I heard voices. So yeah, so Monday and Tuesday, it looks like we'll be starting around 1:30. Don't flatter yourself. Are you sure it wasn't for me? I'm just kidding. So, right, that time checks out. 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1, and 1:30. Okay, yeah, so that works out. Somebody make a note so when I ask somebody later, what did I say?
Present, the state can call its next witness.
Here we go, guys.
Let me go get it.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you. No court Monday. I thought they said Monday and Tuesday. Did I mishear? I might have, because I'm kind of all over the place right now. So I'm like 150 degrees over here. Oh boy. Let's see. Oh, you think it's yeah, because Karen starts next week for sure, right?
You're gonna stand right here and be sworn in.
So many.
All right, you're gonna walk around the court reporter here, have a seat to my left.
Okay.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Adam Cox.
How old are you, Adam?
I just turned 56.
And what do you currently do for a living or for life?
I'm a pro pickleball player and instructor.
Okay.
Where are you living now? Just what state?
I live in Arizona.
Back in July of 2019, where were you living?
Wichita, Kansas.
Okay. Prior to your pickleball career, did you have a different career?
I did.
What was that?
I was a radio morning show host.
Okay. Is that why you were in Wichita?
Yes.
Did that make you travel a lot?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you about your family first, okay?
Okay.
Where did you grow up?
Grew up in Southern California.
Okay. Do you have any siblings?
Yes.
How many?
5. Or
And-
4
I know, it's so hot right now, apparently.
siblings.
Can you tell us the names of the 5 siblings you had growing up?
Stacy, Alex, Lori, and Summer.
For Alex, did people refer to him as Al sometimes?
Yes.
And for Summer, did people call her Sum?
Yes.
Were your sisters Lori and Summer close?
Yes.
I want to ask you about another family member. Back in 2019, Melanie Boudreau. How is she related to your family?
Melanie is my oldest sister, Stacy's daughter. So she's my niece.
And was your sister Lori close with Melanie?
Yes.
Do you see your sister Lori in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She's sitting there wearing black blazer.
Madam, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
In July of 2019, was your sister married?
Yes.
Who was she married to?
Charles Vallow.
And so in July of 2019, was your sister known as Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how long Lori and Charles were married?
Way
think
cuter
over
than
10 years.
Alex.
Okay.
Ooh.
Do you know if your sister, since the passing of Charles, married Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Did Lori, your sister Lori, have any children from prior marriages before she and Charles got together?
Yes.
And who were those?
Colby and Tylee.
Okay. And were they from the same marriage?
No.
By July of 2019, was Colby an adult?
Yes.
Do you have a son, Zach?
Yes.
Did your son Zach ever live with Lori and Charles for a bit?
Yes.
Did he move in there after Colby moved out?
Yes.
In July of 2019, was Lori's other daughter, Tylee, still under the age of 18?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Charles helped raise Colby and Tylee?
Yes.
Did you know if Charles had any children from prior marriage?
Yes.
Do you know if do you know how many children he had from a prior marriage?
I think 2.
Okay. And do you know if either of those 2 children lived with Lori or Charles?
Visited. I don't know if they ever lived there.
Okay. Did Lori and Charles have any kids together?
JJ?
Was JJ adopted? Okay. So did they adopt him together?
Yes.
Okay. So in 2019, did Lori and Charles have just JJ and Tylee as their kids living with them?
Yes.
Did Lori and Charles always live in Arizona?
No.
Where else did you know them to live?
Texas and Hawaii.
Okay. We had talked about your brother Alex, or Al. Were you close with your brother Alex?
Somewhat.
Do you know where Alex was living in July of 2019? What state?
Arizona.
And can you describe your brother Alex's relationship with your sister Lori? Were they close?
I mean, I don't know if close is the word I would use growing up, but
Describe
just
for us.
normal brother-sister relationship, I guess.
As they became adults, did they continue to be close, or what do you recall of their relationship?
Yeah, over the last, I guess 4 or 5 years.
The last 4 or 5 years between them
Hi,
was
Polly.
what?
They were closer, they were close for like a year and a half, is what I remember.
Before this happened?
Yeah, they became oddly close for a while.
How about the relationship between Charles and Alex? Do you recall what that was like?
Just a normal brother-in-law relationship, I guess.
Did you ever know them to do things just the 2 of them?
No, I don't have any knowledge of that.
Did your family sort of do a lot of big family events where everyone might be together?
Yes. Yeah.
Birthday meals, holidays?
Yes.
Adam, did you grow up a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes.
And are you still a member of that?
Yes.
At some point, was your brother Alex excommunicated?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
I think he was excommunicated twice.
Ooh.
So
Yikes.
I'm not sure the dates or when that happened, but when he was an adult.
In 2019, was he still excommunicated to your knowledge?
Yes.
What does that mean to be excommunicated?
It means that you do certain things to where the church it takes away your membership from the church.
Are you able to go to temple if you're excommunicated?
No.
Is that important?
Going to the church in our faith is important, yes.
Let's talk about your relationship with Charles Vallow. Did you and Charles ever text?
Yes.
Did you and Charles ever talk on the phone?
It's a good question.
When Lori and Charles were married, were you aware that Charles would pay for things for the family, like cell phones?
Yeah, I heard that there's people in our family that they're on his business cell plan.
Or car insurance?
Don't know about car insurance, but
You knew about the cell phones.
yeah.
Did you know what Charles did for a living?
Yes.
What was it?
He sold insurance.
Did you know what kind of insurance?
No, he explained it one time, but he was doing something with school teachers or helping them with their situation.
Okay. Did you know whether or not Charles traveled a lot for work?
Yes.
Was he traveling to other states?
Yes.
And was that sort of throughout his marriage with Lori?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of whether or not your sister Lori worked prior to marrying Charles?
Yes.
Do you know what kind of work she did?
She was a hairstylist.
Mm.
After she married
good one,
Charles, did she continue to work outside the home?
At a hair salon?
Yeah.
No, not that I know of.
Was it your understanding Charles worked so she could take care of the children?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
She is terrible.
So you were unaware of her doing any sort of outside work like she had done prior to being married to him?
Yeah, I don't know any of that.
At some point, did you learn or become aware of the fact that Lori and Charles were having some marital problems?
Yes.
Just yes or no, did you ever talk to Charles about why he and Lori were having marital problems?
Yes.
You yourself personally, were you aware of Lori having any beliefs that were outside of what is accepted by the LDS religion?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you were aware of that you knew to be outside the LDS religion?
Lori told me that she was in the process of translating from a mortal human being to an immortal human being, a celestial state.
Makes sense. By the way, don't forget to hit the like button.
The LDS religion supports?
I haven't heard of it and that it's happened here on Earth yet.
Did you ever hear her talking about being married to someone that is relevant in your religion?
Yes, I have heard that.
Did she tell that to you?
I don't know. I can't recall her telling me that, but I remember other people telling me that.
Okay. Was there anything else that you recall her telling you that she believed that seemed outside the LDS religion?
Yes. There was a time where she told me that she had more priesthood authority than the priesthood.
Yeah, thanks, Ange.
And why, can you explain for us what that means, why that was significant to you?
In our religion, the men hold the priesthood, and she said that she's in a state where she's above that.
Mm.
Okay.
I didn't quite understand it, but very strange.
Did you confront her about these beliefs?
Confront her? No.
Did you discuss with her about these beliefs?
I just let her say what she wanted to say.
Was there ever a conversation where, when she was telling you these things, where she asked if you thought she was crazy?
Yes.
And how did you respond to that?
I said, I don't know if you're crazy, but what you're telling me is not true. It's not real.
Spoiler alert,
you
she's
said
crazy.
That, what happened to your relationship with Lori?
She stopped talking to me.
Were you ever aware of Lori believing that people could be dark or possessed by evil spirits?
I later have learned that, yes.
Did you ever try to tell your family about the beliefs that Lori had expressed to you?
Yes.
What was your family's reaction?
One of the reaction was, she's in a delusion, let her do whatever she's doing and she'll come out of it at some point.
How did this impact your relationship with your family when you're bringing up these concerns about Lori?
They basically cut me off.
So you bringing up your concerns about Lori's beliefs being at odds with the LDS religion sort of terminated your good relationship with your family?
Yes.
That's too bad.
At the end of June of 2019, do you recall Charles sending?
Yeah, I know that he played minor league baseball.
And in this email was the person pretending to be Charles, asking about writing a book about his career?
Yes.
Was that something you knew Charles was not interested in?
No, he's not, or wasn't.
After you saw those emails that Charles had forwarded to you, where someone was reaching out to Chad, were they inviting Chad out to Arizona?
Yes.
After reading that and getting that forward and talking with Charles, did you believe that Lori was having an affair with Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Did you and Charles spend time talking about that?
Yes.
Was he kind of, I guess, in a tailspin? I'm not sure the best words to say from learning that.
Yeah, he seemed a little desperate.
Did Charles have some idea on how he thought he might be able to get Lori back into the LDS faith?
Yes.
What did you understand that to be?
Charles just thought that Lori was going overboard and that she was going to the temple like 5 times a week, and that's not normal in our religion, and that she was going a little off the wall. So he figured that if she got her temple recommend taken away from her, that she would come back to normal, who she was before she started in all this things that she was believing.
Now, you told us that you had heard yourself some ideas by Lori that were outside the LDS religion. Did Charles also tell you about other things that she had told him?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you talk with Charles about something that we'll term an intervention?
Yes.
What did you mean by an intervention?
Intervention means Charles he's kind of desperate because nobody in our family would talk to him. I'm sure that, Lori had told people in our family not to talk to him. So he thought that, having an intervention would be getting in front of her, recording her, giving it to the stake president, or having the stake president hear what she was talking about and hear the crazy things that she was saying.
So the intervention was part of the way to try to get her to come back to the mainstream LDS beliefs.
Yes.
Did
Poor
Charles
Charles
ask you to help him with this intervention?
Yes, he did.
Did you guys have a specific plan, like on X date at X time, we're going to do this?
No.
Had you talked to Charles about potentially going to Lori's and recording her on your phone?
Yes.
Did you talk to Charles and text him about another idea of having a family dinner and again recording her so that you could play that for the stake president?
Yes.
We're using a term there, stake president. Who is that? What is that in your religion?
Well, in our religion, we have our churches organized to where we have wards and then a bigger, like 4 or 5 wards that are in a stake. And then there's a president of the stake. And so it's somebody who's in charge of everybody in the stake.
Okay. So someone that's pretty high up in the church.
Yes.
I still don't understand what that
And
means.
so the idea was to bring any of these recordings to show she's saying these things to his attention.
Yes.
And again, the point of that whole was to just try to take away her temple recommend.
Yes.
So on July 9th of 2019, did Charles talk to you about him flying you out so that you can help him with this intervention?
Yes, he did.
And did he offer to purchase your flight
Yes.
to bring you to Arizona?
Yes.
At that time, did your parents live here in Arizona?
Yes, they did.
At that time, was Lori here in Arizona?
Yes, she was.
And you told us your brother Alex was living here as well at that time?
Yes.
Was your sister Summer also living here at that time?
Yes.
And after Charles purchased your tickets, did you reach out to anyone in your family to ask if you could stay with them?
Yes.
Who did you reach out to?
Alex, my brother.
And did he offer to let you stay with him?
Yes, he did.
Were you supposed to fly in on the next day, July 10th?
Yes.
So your understanding was when you flew in on the 10th, you'd reach out to Alex and you'd spend the night there.
Yes.
Did you end up staying with
Oh
him?
my God, I think you're
No, I
right,
did not.
Angie.
So when you landed in Phoenix on July 10th of 2019, do you recall what time of the day it was approximately?
Sometime around lunch.
Okay. And did you reach out to
Oh.
Alex?
Yes,
Thank
I
you,
texted
Lady.
him as soon as I landed.
Did you get a text response back?
No, I did not.
Was that unusual?
Yes.
So he's expecting you, right?
Yes.
Did you try calling him?
Yes, I did.
Did he answer your phone?
No, he did not.
Again, was that unusual to you?
Yes.
Did you think anything was odd at that time?
Yeah, at first I was like, he can't be that busy. He knows I'm coming.
Did Alex ever respond to you on the 10th?
No.
So he ghosted you.
Yes.
What did you think when you didn't hear back from Alex?
I just thought it was very strange and bizarre.
Okay. So you were supposed to be staying at Alex's when you talked to him on the 9th. Did Alex ever text you between when you guys talked and when you landed saying, oh, I'm going to go stay at Lori's?
No.
Did Alex ever call or text you and tell you, you know, I can't have you stay with me. I know I initially said okay, but not anymore.
No.
So he just ignored you.
Yes.
Where'd you end up staying?
My mom and dad's house.
Okay. On July 10th, did you understand Charles was also flying into Phoenix?
Yes.
Did you see Charles on the 10th?
No, I did not.
Did you see your sister Lori on the 10th?
No, I did not.
So you told us you stayed with your parents. What did you do on the 10th?
They picked me up and we went to lunch. And then we just, I think, hung out at the house.
You said your son Zach lived here at the time?
Yes.
Who was he living with at that time?
I think he was living with my mom and dad.
Okay. So although you didn't talk with Charles on the 10th, did you have an understanding of what he was going to do the morning of the 11th?
Yes.
What was that?
He was going to go pick up JJ, his son. It was his turn to, I guess, have him for a few days or whatever.
Were Charles and JJ really close?
Yes.
So the morning of July 11th, you were not expecting to get together with Charles at 7 in the morning, right?
No.
Did you get a text message from Charles?
Yes, I did. And
did you learn where Alex was?
Yes, I did.
Where did you learn Alex was?
Alex was at Lori's house.
When you learned this, was Charles texting you sort of in real time as he is coming to the house?
Yes.
Explaining to you what he's seeing and what's going on?
Yes.
And are you responding back to him?
Yes.
Probably to stay.
So you're at your mom and dad's house when you start getting these text messages from Charles?
Yes.
When you learned that Alex was at your sister's, what were you thinking?
I just thought something weird is happening because he never answered my text the whole day I was there, never returned a call. And then all of a sudden he said he's at Lori's house. And I didn't even know what to think at that point. I thought something was off.
So immediately you knew something was off.
Yeah.
From the prior day where Alex ghosted you to now he's at your sister's that morning when Charles was going over to pick up JJ.
Yes.
Oh, I forgot my snacks.
Were you concerned that Alex was at your sister's house?
A little concerning, yes.
Have you seen text messages that you and your brother-in-law Charles had sort of making the flight reservations and leading up to the morning of the 11th?
Yes.
And were those all messages that you two had as you're trying to figure out how to have this intervention?
Yes.
And then ultimately, what you are seeing and saying that morning at 7:30 in the morning?
Yes.
And I've shown defendant exhibit 210, if I can have a paralegal approach with that.
I'm going to go get my snacks and more coffee. I'll be right back.
Adam, if you can take a look at those and let me know if you recognize those as text messages that you had with Charles, sort of the 9th, 10th, and 11th, as you are interacting leading up to that morning and including the morning of the 11th.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit exhibit 210 pursuant to 8031 as present sense impressions.
Yes, Your Honor, we object in lieu of that is a report and not the full extraction.
All right, well, may I see that particular objection wouldn't prohibit admission. It would go toward weight, but give me a second here. All right. I'll admit 210.
And if I may publish it then, Your Honor. If I could have the elbow, thank you.
And back with gummy bears. Little gummy bears.
Adam, I'm going to start sort of going back to in Exhibit 210, the conversation
One of
that
many.
you and Charles were having as you're trying to come up with a way to have this intervention, all right? So you learned that Charles was reaching out. Well, let me ask you this. You had learned from Charles about this fictitious email, correct?
Yes.
Did you learn that Charles had reached out to Lori about it?
One more time?
Did you learn that Charles had reached out to Lori about this email?
Yes.
Did you learn that he had reached out to Chad Daybell's wife about it?
I think I remember that.
Was he, these are text messages. Were you also receiving emails from Charles?
Yes.
Does this sort of array of messages start to involve where you and Charles are talking about having you come out to Arizona to help with
Let's
this
see them.
intervention?
Yes.
And so do we see on
Come on,
the
camera
9th,
guy.
you letting him know that you could fly out tomorrow and come home Saturday or Sunday?
Yes.
Do we see as you continued on, he tells you that he could fly you in on Southwest, and he's telling you he's just right now landing in LA, right?
Yes.
And you knew he traveled a lot for work.
Yes.
When we get to the 9th at 9:11 a.m., did you get a message from Charles about how you were going to get everyone together without Lori knowing that you're going to have this intervention?
Yes.
And is that one of the ideas where you indicated that I'll go see Lori at her house and have a talk with her and keep your phone on record?
Yes.
So that was sort of one idea of a potential way to show the stake president that she was having these ideas outside the LDS faith?
Yes.
Does Charles kind of tell you he's not sure that that's really going to work?
Yeah.
He says, I think she'll leave, but it's worth a try.
Yeah.
Did you then suggest also have a family dinner with everyone and then say, always leave my phone on to record what I say and what everyone else says?
Yes.
And then you go on to say that's to have proof for Holmes. Who's Holmes?
President Holmes. He was our stake president, or their stake president.
You were in Wichita, but he was the stake president here.
I lived here before, and he was in my ward, so I know him.
So when you're talking about the stake president, Holmes is who it actually is?
Yes.
Okay. On the 9th, does Charles tell you that got it, but honestly, if you, Zach, Brandon, and me go to him, that should be enough? She will feel like we ambushed her, but something has to be done. She'll be real careful what she says. But had you brought Brandon into this yet? Like, did you have a plan to have him come with you?
No, but Brandon played basketball with us
Brandon
on that
Bordeaux.
night. So me and Zach and Brandon played basketball where President Holmes played basketball at a church. So that was that reference.
So you thought if we go to the church, Brandon will be there and he can help you
Yeah,
talk about
say
this.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
But Brandon's not part of this conversation right here, right?
No.
Then does it kind of go back to Charles asking for your information so he can make your flight reservations?
Yes.
Okay. Then at 1:13 p.m., does Charles let you know that your flights are booked and that he emailed that to you?
Mm-hmm.
And then does he go on to say, I'm really uneasy about how she will respond, not only to you, but to me and Zach and Brandon, right?
Yes.
In talking with Charles and this intervention, was there a constant concern of how she would respond to trying to take away her temple recommend?
Yes.
Was some of that based upon your understanding of the things she had said to Charles in the past?
That and others. Apparently, Lori was flighty. When Charles tried to serve her divorce papers, she disappeared and nobody knew where she was. So in Charles's mind, that she could be flighty and just take off again where nobody would know where she is. So there was some reference to that as well.
Okay. Then it goes on to say, I'll pick up JJ and take him to school. So you knew what he was doing that next morning, right?
Yes.
And you said she'll be there, right?
Yes.
Friday the same. So you knew his idea was he was going to be with his son in the mornings, Thursday and Friday?
Yes.
And then you said she'll be highly suspicious about recording. If you can bring a second device and put your phone on the counter or turn it off, it might help. Is that sort of the same idea that he was unsure that she would trust you showing up there and trying to ask her about those things?
Yes, this was all just it seemed like Charles was just desperate, and he wanted to do anything he could to, this last ditch effort to try to shake Lori loose of whatever she was under, some spell that he said. So, that's basically what happened.
And then does he go on again to talk about that he really thinks the only thing that's going to break her out of this is going to Holmes?
Yeah. Yes.
And that she's hurting too many families and that he's upset his is gone.
Yes.
If only we wouldn't be here today.
He still loves her.
Yes.
So sad.
And does he think that she's basically potentially gone forever?
Yes.
And then we see that he corrected slots to Lori, right?
Yes.
Typo?
Yes. Lots of typos.
On July 10th at 3:34, do you get a text from Charles asking if you're in Phoenix?
Yes.
And do you respond, yes, you're going to Summers and that you'll call him?
Yes.
And then does Charles let you know he's got a meeting, but he'll try to call you before he goes to see Lo? Who is Lo?
Lo is Lori.
So people would call her Lo or Lolo?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Lulu. Duh, Lulu.
Do you remember if you talked to Charles on the 10th?
On the 10th? What day was that?
The day before. So when you flew in, did you ever talk to Charles?
No, I don't remember talking to him then.
So even though you guys had attempted to call, you don't recall if you ever spoke with him that evening or afternoon?
Right.
So at this point, you'd said you went to Summers in the text messages, and then later you stayed at your parents' for the night.
Yes.
And then you knew that Charles would be going to pick up his son the next morning. Did you assume that you and Charles would meet up or talk sometimes later that day?
I figured so.
Okay, but you had no scheduled timeline.
Nothing
for that.
planned.
Okay. So next in Exhibit 210, we see text messages from July 11th of 2019 at 7:35 a.m. where Charles texted you, Al is here. And then just a couple seconds later, he said at Lori's. Was this shocking to you?
Yes.
And what did you respond back? Did you say, really, I wonder why he never called me back?
Yes.
And then we see that you wrote at 7:36 and 28 seconds, they are planning something. Why did you write that?
Because Alex not answering his phone the whole day and me calling him and texting him, not knowing where he's at. Nobody in my family said they heard from him or knew where he was. All that is very suspicious to me. And then Alex being at Lori's house that morning felt like something was really off.
No.
So when you told Charles they're planning something, Charles responded back, absolutely. Did you then let him know that you were supposed to spend the night at Alex's house? She probably blocked that.
Yes.
Did Charles respond to you, what you do is up to you?
Yes.
So were you kind of upset at your brother for telling you you could stay with him and then ghosting you, ignoring you?
Yes.
Were you upset at him for being at Lori's house when Charles was going there just to pick up JJ?
Yes.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Did you then text him, I'm going to put the pressure on to have him come get me right now, see what he says?
Yes.
These gummy bears are delicious.
Did you in fact text your brother?
Yes.
Did he respond back?
No.
As we're going along here, we see that each of these are being read sort of in this short period of time, these couple minutes that Charles is here as he's driving in. After you texted him about putting the pressure, texted Charles about putting the pressure on to have him come get me right now, did you then say okay to Charles?
Yes.
And then we see again that at 7:49:34 a.m., you texted Charles, me and Zach are going to the stake center tonight at 8 to play basketball. Holmes is always there, either playing ball or interviewing people. I will try to catch him and have a conversation with my old friend.
Yes.
What was that about?
That was just part of the plan that Charles initially came up with to somehow get in front of the stake president. That night, he's the stake president. He interviews people for Temple Recommends and also plays basketball afterwards. So that was just a thought of maybe this could be something that we could do to help with that situation.
Okay. Now, up until 7:37 and 7, you had been interacting with Charles, right? You would respond and you were getting some text messages back from him.
Yes.
We see after 7:37 where he texts you, what you do is up to you, that he didn't respond back to any of your other comments, right?
Right.
So when you sent him at 7:37 and 29 seconds that you're going to put the pressure on him, you meant Al?
Yes, Alex.
To come get you, Charles didn't respond to that?
No.
And in fact, it shows that that message was read at 12:13 p.m. versus the earlier messages that were read sort of right in time.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Ooh.
And when you told Charles that you and Zach were going to go to the stake center to play basketball and see if you could find Holmes, did you get a response from Charles?
No.
And again, we see that that was read at 12:13, correct?
Yes.
Not by Charles.
Did you go talk with Holmes that night?
I went to go play basketball, but he wasn't there.
Was it just you and Zach?
Yes.
During the day of July 11th, at any time, did you learn that Charles Vallow had been shot?
No.
So Lori did not call you and tell you that Charles had been shot?
No.
Alex didn't call you to tell you that he'd shot your brother-in-law?
No.
Crazy.
Anyone in your family talk to you about it?
Nope.
How about the next day, Friday, July 11th? Did Lori tell you Charles had been shot?
No.
Yes, he did.
Alex contact you to tell you that he'd shot Charles?
No.
Anyone in your family talk to you about that?
No.
Did you decide to go visit a friend in Tucson on Saturday the 13th now?
Yes.
What were you going down there for?
Going to see my friend Eric.
And did anyone come with you?
Yes, Zach did, my son.
Okay. When you went down there, did you talk with Eric about what's going on?
Yeah, I just thought it was really fishy that I heard from Charles. I didn't know if he took JJ and just was having one-on-one time with JJ. I didn't know if Lori and him were getting back together and Lori told him not to talk to me. Or my mind was spinning. Like I had no clue what was going on.
Had you talked to any of your family about it? Were you still keeping that intervention thing secret from them? At that point?
No, at that point, but I think nobody had heard from, I asked if anybody had heard from Alex, and nobody said that they heard from Alex in my family. But at that point, I was there spending time with my son, Zach, also to help Charles with what he wanted to try to get an intervention with Lori, and also to see my friend Eric, because I live in Wichita. So I was trying to do 3 things at one time on my short visit.
So on the 11th or 12th, though, were you still keeping that sort of secret that you and Charles had been wanting to do an intervention on Lori?
Yes.
You weren't telling your family, like, I don't know why we're not doing this.
Charles asked me not to tell anybody.
And was that actually sort of a message you guys had talked about of who in your family might be, might prevent any type of intervention?
Yes.
And who in your family were you guys concerned with if they learned about the intervention might try to stop it?
Mom and Dad, Summer.
Alex, too?
Alex, yes.
So even though you're here and you're seeing your family and you're seeing your son, you don't want to tell them a lot about Charles because you're trying to still keep that quiet in case he does want to go forward with it.
Exactly, yes.
Oh, that's
So
tough.
you're in Tucson and you start talking to your friend about Charles.
Yes.
Do you learn at some point that Charles has been killed?
Yes. I was talking with Eric saying it just, something doesn't feel right. I haven't heard from Charles, and usually he would text me or send me a message or something. And then Eric asked me, he goes, well, what's his last name? And I said, Vallow. And he was on his computer and he just Googled Charles Vallow. And he said, it popped up that he's been killed by his brother-in-law.
Could you imagine? Your siblings.
Learn this. What is going through your mind now?
Just everything, chaos. I had a knot in my stomach. Just probably one of the worst feelings I've ever felt in my life.
Obviously, you had been concerned that something was being planned when you told Charles that on the morning of the 11th, right? But
well,
not that.
Not that, but yeah, it felt like something was off. That why Alex would be at Lori's house that morning.
Did you know your brother Alex to carry guns with him?
Yes.
Did he regularly go shooting with guns?
Yes.
Prior to Charles being shot and killed, did you ever tell Lori that you were going to be trying to do this intervention with her?
No.
Prior to Charles being shot, did you ever tell Alex, hey, I'm going to stay with you, but we're trying to do an intervention with Lori?
No.
What about your parents? Did you ever tell them you were going to try to do an intervention?
No.
Your sister Summer?
No.
So if your sister told detectives a couple hours after Charles was shot that she was confronting Charles about you and Charles talking and texting, it wasn't something that you told her about?
No.
You told us that you are LDS. Have you ever taught Sunday school?
Yes.
Can you tell us about the story of Nephi?
Nephi?
Ooh, story time.
Well, Nephi was a prophet in the Book of Mormon. It's the first chapter. He was a prophet, very humble and faithful servant of the Lord. Ironically enough, his brothers tried to kill him at one point. But he actually ended up going to Jerusalem to get these plates back, and he was run off, came back, and then went back again because the Lord asked him to. And when he did, the King Laban, who was actually a wicked king, was laying on the ground drunk in front of him. And Nephi was told to kill Laban.
Who was he told by?
The spirit, or God.
So God was using a Holy Spirit to tell him to kill Laban, and
Yes.
did he?
Yes, he did.
Was that something he anguished over?
Yes.
But ultimately, it was a justified killing.
Yes.
So was the concept that it was better for Nephi to kill this one evil man and sort of benefit the nation and his
Disappearing.
descendants?
Yes.
Right.
Were you aware that that your sister had told people that Charles was possessed by evil spirits?
Yes.
Were you aware that your sister had told people that your brother-in-law Charles was dark?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Oh, I didn't know
whether or not
Lori
he
knew
was
that word.
aware of it.
Whether or not
Yes or
he's
no?
aware, he can answer yes or no.
Yes.
Is that the only objection she knows and she doesn't know it, right? Is that?
When you and Charles
I feel like
were
that's
talking about this intervention, were you trying to help your sister come back to mainstream LDS beliefs?
Yes.
So it wasn't just Charles, but also her.
Yes.
You told us that your friend had Googled and learned that Charles was killed. Did you know at that time it was by your brother Alex?
That's what the article said. So yes, he told me that.
What did you do after you learned that?
Freaked out for a little bit, cried, didn't know what to do, thought my world was coming apart. Then I got angry a little bit.
I couldn't imagine.
And called first thing I did, I called Kay, who's Charles's sister, and asked her, because she's the only one that I felt safe calling after knowing my family was involved in this or thinking of this, that I asked her if she knew that Charles was dead, and she said she just learned of it too.
Did you learn from your friend when, because it's now the 13th when you learned this, right?
Yes.
Did you learn when that happened?
Yes, I did.
So you knew on that Saturday, the 13th, that Charles had been killed that morning
Yes.
of July 11th.
Yes.
Did you ever come back to Phoenix and confront anyone in your family about this or talk to them about it?
Yes. After I talked to Kay, then I called my mom and asked her if she knew that Charles was dead. And she said yes. And I said, what's going on? And she said, you tell me what's going on. And at that point, I thought that was bizarre that she would say that. So I said, well, we need to sit down and talk. And she said, yes, we do. And so me and Zach got in the car and drove back to Phoenix.
Did you go to your mom's house?
Yes, I did.
Did that conversation go well?
No.
Did this create a break in your relationship with your mom?
Yes.
Did you stick up for Charles?
Yes.
Did sticking up for Charles create issues between you and most of your family?
Yes.
Did you continue to stick up for Charles even with that happening?
Yes.
After you had that argument with your mom, what did you do?
Me and Zach left her house and we were staying at Summer's house, my sister, who was away on vacation. And we were staying at her house and we went back to her house. We were watching her dog.
You were supposed to leave the next morning, Sunday, to go back to Wichita. Did you return back home?
Yes, we did.
Did your son go with you this time?
Yes, he did.
After this whole incident happened, did you not talk with your family for a long time?
Yes.
Did it cause a lot of friction in your family?
Agreed.
Yes.
Have you started to try to talk with your family some?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross?
Very compelling witness. Oh, it's cross time.
Mr. Cox, how long has it been since we've seen each other in person?
Don't know.
When was the last time you saw me?
I don't recall.
So, has it been a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 6
Something
years,
like that.
7 years, 8 years?
Something.
Okay. So, you have no idea.
Nope.
You have no idea when the last time you saw me in person.
I don't know the year or how many years it's been.
Okay. So, did you see me at Colby's wedding in January 2018?
No, I was not there.
You didn't come to Colby's wedding.
No, I did not.
Mm.
So did you see me sometime that year at my house
Possibly.
where Colby got married? That house.
I did see you at that house. Yes.
At least one time.
Yes.
So possibly in 2018.
Yes.
And when was the last time we had any communications?
The last time I remember our communications was you and I were speaking in the kitchen when the family was over.
Okay. So you think that was that time in 2018?
I think so.
Okay. And were we eating my green chili chicken enchiladas?
Oh,
Do not remember that.
not that memorable.
You do not remember that?
Nope.
Is that what I made every time we had a family get together, which was like 10 times a year?
I don't remember that.
Okay. And when was the last time that we had a phone call or text message?
I have no idea.
Could it possibly be around that exact same time?
Possibly.
Okay. So that was possibly in early 2018?
Yes.
Okay.
My amazing green chili enchiladas.
Who do you think initiated the final communication in our relationship?
Who concluded it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So right now it's 2025, is that correct?
I'm going to go with that one.
Yes.
And so we haven't spoken in about 8 years? Would that be correct?
Probably 7 or 8 years.
Okay. So would you say up until that point that how often would we communicate before that?
Before what?
Before 2018?
Probably on a regular basis. Once a month, twice a month, 3 times a month.
Like a call or a text message?
Yes.
Just keeping in touch?
Yes.
You know of us living in Hawaii and you were living in Kansas at the time?
Yes.
And in your career, you lived in lots of different places. Is that correct?
Yes.
Austin,
Yes.
Dallas,
Yes.
Relevance.
New York,
Yes.
Wichita,
Yes.
Sacramento.
Yes.
Did I miss anything?
Others.
And I was in Texas,
Yes.
Arizona,
Yes.
Hawaii.
Yes.
So would you say that
Is it
we
the
were
one
not
button today, Bells?
physically close during the past 20 years?
Yes, I would say that.
So our communication would be solely family get-togethers, occasional text messages. Is that correct?
And phone calls, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to get that down by the end of this trial. Okay.
So, Mr. Cox, did you see or hear or personally witness me conspire with my brother Alex Cox to murder my husband Charles Vallow?
Repeat that again?
Okay. Did you see with your eyes or hear with your ears or personally witness me conspire with my brother Alex Cox to murder my husband Charles Vallow?
No.
Thank you. No more questions.
Oh, that's it. Oh, the judge's face. Oh. Gosh.
Have
Okay.
you talked to your sister since Charles was shot and killed?
No.
So, since that happened, you cut off all communications with her?
Yes.
Prior to that, you were being asked about 2018 being at Lori and Charles's house. Was that the time where Lori told you she was becoming a celestial being?
Yes.
And the time where she was telling you other ideas that were not in line with the LDS faith?
Yes.
After you had heard those statements by your sister, you told us that she had asked you if you thought she was crazy, right?
Yes.
And you had responded back how?
I don't know
Yes.
if you're crazy, but what you're telling me is not true.
I'm just kidding.
After you told her that her
That's me
beliefs
saying
were
that.
not true, did that sort of end your talking with her?
Yes.
You were asked if you personally saw, heard your sister Lori conspire to kill Charles. Were you there that morning?
No.
Were you the person who was supposed to, though, be with Alex on the 10th into the morning of the 11th? You spent the night with him?
If I would have spent the night with him, yes.
So that stood out to you because you had made plans with your brother, right?
Yes.
And instead, you learned he was at Lori's house.
Yes.
You told us that you thought it was odd that your brother would be over at your sister's house at 7:30 in the morning.
Yes.
And you were aware that your brother had guns.
Yes.
Charles was going there to pick up JJ, right?
Yes.
And so did it seem odd to you that your brother would bring a gun that was loaded with extra magazines that was not safe to your sister's house where JJ was?
Objection, out of scope. This is not just
Goes to the
a
conspiracy.
redirect. This is not just a redirect.
Hey, didn't ask for argument. Okay. The objection's overruled.
What's the question?
Sure. Did it stand out to you that your brother, who knew JJ, would bring a loaded gun and extra ammunition to the house where JJ was running around?
Well,
It
I didn't know at the time.
Yeah.
You're saying afterwards?
Yeah, you learned afterwards your brother killed him, right?
Yes.
And when we're talking about this conspiracy and things that are going on, did that seem odd to you that your brother would bring a loaded gun and extra ammunition in this unsafe way to a house where your, sister's son, JJ, lived?
Yeah, it seems extreme.
When you were talking to your family after this happened, did you actually tell them that you believed that Lori and Alex had conspired to kill Charles?
Yes.
Why was that?
Because Lori had told people that Charles was no longer living, that some guy named Ned was inside of his body, that there was a zombie living inside of him. And Alex didn't respond to any of my text messages when I was supposed to be with him. And he was at that house that morning. Lori talking crazy about how she's a translated being. All these things all added up into that moment and that morning. Once I found out on Saturday that Charles was shot and killed, no doubt on my mind that they killed him. That's a feeling that I got.
I'm with you,
told
sir.
your family that.
Yes.
No other questions?
The last line of questioning from the possession of the gun on, I think the defendant's right, was technically beyond the scope of her cross. So based on that, I'll allow the defendant, if she wants to recross on those issues, if she elects to, may do so now.
Do it. Come on, Lori. What you gonna do? He was a good witness. Go at him. It must be very difficult to be him.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Are there any questions from any member of the jury? Not seeing any, sir, you can step down. You can step down. Thanks.
Well,
So you can call its next witness.
Thank you. I may go get her.
Go ahead.
oh, that was good. That was good testimony. Only an hour in for today. It's so sad. Just think if him and Charles would have been able to, if somebody would have listened to them, right? We're going to find out the cops didn't really do much. Family's not doing much. Charles could still be alive. And if he wasn't, perhaps Tylee and JJ and Tammy could be alive. It's just so sad and so unfortunate. Charles seemed like a really good guy who, despite who Lori is, he could have been way worse, and he was really trying to help her, it seemed. Adam and Nancy, yeah, they have been great witnesses for the state. No, it's not Kay. I know who's next. It's not Kay. I don't know who this next person is, to be honest, but things could have ended up differently if someone had listened. I mean, isn't that crazy? Like, the whole family was like, we don't agree with you. Adam, who seems relatively sane. Just wild.
All right, you're going to come
Sure.
right up here. My clerk will swear you in. You just stand right here.
You're good.
Will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You're going to walk around the
I'm
corner
muted.
here
You
and have a
guys,
seat
look
just to
who's
my left.
come to join me. Oh my gosh. Here she comes. Oh my gosh. It's Angie. Hi, Angie.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for joining. It was lonely in here.
I don't know how to look at the chat.
Oh, well, I don't know from a phone either, but I'll put messages up. Maybe you'll see them. Usually there's like a private chat tab and like comments right beside it.
Thank you.
But
Could you please introduce yourself?
I'm trying to find out where the chat is.
I'm going to have you pull
How
in a
do I
little or
see
move
the
the
chat?
mic down a little closer to you.
I'm
so
not
I can
sure.
hear you. Thank you.
Chat.
How old are you, Serena?
The
How
3
old am I?
dots.
51,
Maybe.
And where are you living currently? What state? What city?
Arizona, Queen Creek.
And where did you live back
Um,
in
oh.
2019, 2018?
Everyone in the
Connecticut.
studio.
Okay. When did you move to Arizona?
Present.
It was right before COVID, so 2019.
Comments.
I'm
Oh,
trying to get
there.
A lot of
There you go.
weather here.
I think
but
I found it.
summer, winter, fall.
Definitely summer. It was hot. I think it was
I have
end
no
of
idea
July,
what.
August, but we closed on our house September.
I am so
Are
delayed.
you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day
Are you?
Saints?
Yes.
Were you
Maybe
raised
it's
in
the
this church?
volume.
Yes.
Sorry, guys. I don't know what I'm
Do you
doing.
consider yourself a spiritual person?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about
Yeah,
a
but-
group of preparing the people. Have you ever attended any of their events?
Yes. Two.
I
Can
like
you
her
tell us
shirt.
what those are?
They were
It's giving me all these
conferences that
screens.
helped people prepare physically and spiritually
Mhm.
for emergency preparedness and the second coming of the Lord.
Oh,
And you said you attended a couple of those conferences.
Yes.
Are
Join
they
the
located
chat.
around the country?
Connect.
Yes.
Did you ever attend one of those?
Still trying to figure it out,
conferences
guys.
here in Arizona?
it's
I
okay.
did.
Do you recall when that was?
It was November of 2018.
When you decided to come to this conference in November of 2018, did you know anyone here?
Two people, one just from over the phone conversations, Melanie Gibb and Jason Mao.
It won't let me connect my YouTube account so that I can
Any
chat.
Place to stay when you
Oh.
came here? What was your thoughts as
I-
you coming
well,
in?
I
for this
get
conference?
errors.
Both of them
Sorry.
invited me to stay at
I
their
can
homes.
see it, but I can't type.
And
Whoa.
what was your plan? Who did you think you were going to stay with?
That's fine.
I thought I was going to stay with Melanie Gibb because she offered to pick me up at the airport as well, so that I didn't need to rent a car.
Did you know
All right.
Arizona well? And
Not at all. No.
There.
so were you picked up by Melanie Gibb?
Yes.
And did you stay at her house?
No.
Where did you stay?
After she picked me up, she said that instead of her house, because her whole family was home and it was busy and chaotic, we were going to stay at her friend's house,
I think I know why.
whose family was gone for the weekend and had a bunch of people for the conference staying there.
Who was that?
That was Lori.
Did you know her last name? Or did you learn it?
I learned it when I got there. I had never heard or had met her before.
What was her last name?
Vallow?
Okay. So you told us you didn't know Lori Vallow prior to just coming to stay at her house.
No.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She's right there with glasses on and blonde hair and a black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect.
You're doing
that
great,
you
Ange.
Identified the defendant.
Good show.
Do you recall who else was staying at Lori's house that weekend?
There was a lot of people, and I was meeting everybody for the first time, so I don't recall everybody, but I do know Lori was there and Melanie was there.
Did you
Did they
ever
turn the
meet,
sound off?
Chad Daybell?
No,
Was it me?
Yes, he was there as well.
must be you.
Was that the first time you
Playing.
met him?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Okay.
So
That's me.
during this event, are you going between Lori's home and to a location where the conference is at?
Correct.
Weird.
And did you ever
Can you still hear me?
talk with
Yeah.
Chad
Okay.
Daybell
I can't
outside of,
hear you.
well, like, did you ever talk with him that weekend?
Weird.
Yes.
Um, did you ever talk with him after that November 2018 conference here in Arizona?
Yes.
When else did you see or talk with him?
I saw him at another Preparing a People conference in February.
So that's 2019 now,
Yes.
after the November one.
Correct.
Where was that one?
That was in Idaho.
Okay, Amy.
And did you ever
Which is what I have. Then I have the volume up. I
contemplate
don't want to
moving to
mess
Idaho?
up the
Yes.
Did you ever meet with him in Idaho
talking
to?
because I can't hear
Or did
them.
you
So
learn he
sorry if
lived
I'm
there?
talking over it.
Yeah. When did I learn?
Did you learn that he lived in Idaho?
Yes.
And you can't hear me?
And did you ever, in fact, meet with him in Idaho to kind of talk about possibly moving there?
Yes, I was actually house hunting with a realtor and in the city that he lived.
You got
so we
it?
connected for a few minutes.
What city was that?
Rexburg?
Well, farts.
Did you know if Chad was married at that time?
Yes.
When you were staying at Lori's house in Phoenix in November of 2018, did you understand her to be married?
Yes.
At that time, did you have any idea that Lori and Chad were having an affair?
No idea.
After you met Lori at this
Can you still not hear Angie?
and stayed at her house,
No,
did you
I don't
have
think she can.
any more conversations with her, texts or phone calls?
Yes.
Were you ever invited back out to Arizona?
Yes.
When was that?
That was in March of 2019 for a girls' weekend.
What was the girls' weekend going to be?
It was a few girls coming together for a girls' weekend. So
Whose house? Where was it going to be?
that was at Zulema's house. And I think from my memory, she's the one who invited me and started that girls' weekend idea.
Had you met Zulema before?
Yes.
Where had you met her?
I met, it's vague, but I think I met her at the first Preparing a People conference I came to, which was the November 2018 here in Arizona.
And had you talked with her as well between that November time and when you came out in March?
Yes.
Who else was part of this girls' weekend that you recall?
It was Lori and Melanie Gibb, Zulema, Christina,
I was Zulema.
Nicole, and myself. I think that's it.
Now, were all of you women members of the LDS Church?
Yes.
During this time, did Lori ever tell you things about her beliefs that seemed to go against what you understood or what you were taught through the LDS Church?
Yes.
Did Lori ever tell you that she did not need to repent?
Yes, she did.
What does
Oh, yay.
repenting mean?
Well,
Repenting means turning to
got one thing
God
figured out for
and
Angie.
confessing our sins and repairing our relationship with him so that he can take on our sins for us and we can become better people through him and seek his forgiveness.
Do you recall what Lori told you about not needing to repent anymore?
What I remember is she's had a couple of verses in the Bible that she pulled out and read and then said, I believe something to the effect of, I believe we don't need to repent anymore.
Did that stand out to you?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Was that
That was
concerning
shocking.
to you?
Pardon?
Was that concerning to you?
Very.
I think you just said you were shocked by it.
Yes.
It was that against your religion.
Correct.
Did she ever express to you and this group that all of you might not need to repent?
I don't remember the specifics of it. If she was trying to apply that to us or just to her, I don't remember. I just remember she said we, or generally, I don't remember the specific words she used, but that there was not a need for repentance anymore.
Do you recall, have you been interviewed by the police a couple different times?
Yes.
Do you recall being interviewed in April of 2021?
Was that was the Chandler Police
At the
Department?
police department instead of at your home? Do you recall saying?
I was on
to
mute that
the
time.
Detectives then
We are getting feedback from Ange.
that she said, we don't need to repent anymore. We've come to that stage. And then you were asked when she said we.
I'm going to
was she
mute you
talking
until
about,
you
like, her and Chad or all you guys.
get that,
You
okay?
said she was trying to get all of us to believe that. You recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that, but if that's in the transcripts, that was much closer to the time when it was said. It's been a few years. I don't remember exactly what was said anymore.
So your memory back then would have been better than now.
For sure.
So if you had told the police back then that she was trying to, in fact, tell everyone that you could follow along with this belief of not repenting, you would have been truthful to the police back then.
Of course, yes.
Do you recall Lori ever talking to you about people having dark and light levels assigned to them?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall Lori ever talking about not needing to repent because she was translated?
I don't remember her using that specific word, but
I think I fixed it, Angie.
Oh, is it better? Still have
I
feedback?
think so.
What do you recall her
No.
saying in regards to
We
that?
did.
Feedback?
I remember
it
her
good now?
talking about
Yeah.
changing physically and spiritually.
This
Those are
is
the two I
hard.
remember.
And by changing physically, what do you recall of that?
Just being filled with more light and knowledge so that we could become closer to God.
So is that sort of the same as when we're talking about being translated?
Yes. I just don't remember her saying that specific word.
Okay. So the concept was the same,
Mhm.
whether or not she said that word, you don't recall now.
Correct.
Did Lori ever talk to you either that weekend or prior to that about casting?
Yes.
Do you recall if Lori was the person who brought up casting?
I believe she was, from my memory.
Do you recall if she talked to you about casting on more than one occasion?
Yes.
Now, how many times do you recall that she had brought this up?
I don't know how many times.
it was more than once?
Yes.
Oh, definitely.
Did she ever bring it up while you were
100%.
talking or Zoom talking like we used to do in the pandemic?
I
Was it more than
never
10?
Zoom called with her.
Was it
I
more
don't-
than 10?
Phone call?
Phone calls. Yes.
So at least one phone call you recall
Mhm.
that she brought up casting?
But I remember one phone call. There might have been others. I just don't remember.
What, so was that phone call, to the best of your memory, before this girls' weekend in March of 2019?
From my memory, I think it was after, but
So then let's talk about the weekend of March, the girls' weekend in March of 2019.
okay.
Did Lori bring up casting there?
Yes, she did.
Oh, I lost audio.
And,
No.
the other time when Lori had talked about casting, whether it was before or after, was this to sort of cleanse society, sort of a generic, I don't want to say generic, but to try to cleanse evil from an area or a population, not a specific person?
Yes, it was like generally
Hmm.
a cleanse or casting out evil.
I touched nothing.
Have you on your own sort of prayed to get rid of evil?
Yes, I have.
Is that sort of a personal casting that you've done,
Uh,
if we want to term it that way?
yeah, I wouldn't term it that way, but yes.
Would you just term it as you're praying for the better of the world?
Praying and or casting out evil. Yes, in the name of Jesus Christ.
But you said you had never used casting as a term before.
No.
So Lori was the one using this word casting.
I don't recall her using that word. I think she was also saying casting out from my memory.
So casting out.
Mhm.
When you met up on this girls'
I'm
weekend,
sorry, was the last answer a yes?
this was the first, I guess, Lori was the one using the term casting out.
Yes.
On this March girls' weekend trip, do you recall having Lori ask everyone to help cast out as to a specific person?
Yes.
Can you tell us who that was?
I think we lost
It
Angie
was
to the
her
portal.
husband, Charles.
Had you ever met Charles before?
Vague memory, but it was a quick, I think, meet as I was leaving Arizona for the Preparing a People conference in November. I was going to the airport and I think he was coming in at the same time. Again, it was pretty chaotic.
Can you hear
But I
Angie?
think that's when we
Yes.
met very briefly.
All right,
He was kind of coming home
Oh,
and
yeah.
you were leaving.
we'll get there.
Yes.
Did this seem unusual to you to do this, to be asked to cast out as to a specific person?
Yes. But not. Did you say unusual?
Did it stand out to you, her asking you to cast out as to her husband?
Yes, it stood out to me.
During this weekend, did Lori talk to you about her husband, Charles Vallow, being possessed?
Yes, she did.
What do you recall about her talking about her husband being possessed?
I recall that she spoke about her husband being possessed by an evil spirit, and she named the evil spirit.
Do you recall what the name was?
Yes,
What was it?
it was Ned.
N-E-D?
N-E-D.
When you heard this,
Oh, she left me alone.
Very much. Yes. Very unusual.
are you someone who questions things? Or
Yeah.
do you just go with the flow?
I question things.
So you're hearing these things from Lori that are standing out to you, some of them very against your religious beliefs. Are you starting to ask about some of these things?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
I remember I was asking a lot of questions about the repentance thing she brought up. And I remember asking and talking to some of the other ladies about the casting out in a group setting before, or stuff like that.
Do you recall Lori Vallow telling you that her husband Charles was no longer Charles, that he was now this possessed person?
Yes.
When Lori was talking to you about Ned, was she explaining that this evil spirit was now in the body of her husband?
I don't know if she used those exact terms, but that was the impression I got. Yes.
So the word she used expressed to you that idea that this evil spirit Ned was now in her husband's body.
Yes.
Come back.
Leave me alone.
Thanks for holding the fort down, Ange.
Did you
I did
ever
so much.
hear Lori
Thank you.
use the term zombie?
I did.
Is that another thing that kind of stuck out to you?
Very much.
You're
Yes.
next, Holly.
In listening to Lori, did zombie sort of come to, did you understand that to mean someone whose body was possessed by an evil spirit?
Well, prior to this, I thought zombie was like a Hollywood thing, but she tried to relate the zombie and correlate that to the evil spirit that was inside of somebody,
Like her husband.
like her husband. Yes.
Crazy pants. Could you imagine somebody telling this to you?
Start to question Lori about zombies and these evil spirits inhabiting her husband's body. Do you try to question her about that?
I don't recall specifically.
When
She
you
watched too
started
much Walking Dead or something.
questioning her at least
Right.
about repenting that you recall, did you see a difference in how you were treated?
Soon after that girls' weekend, yes.
So let's talk about the group casting. What happened? What did you guys do for this group casting for her husband, Charles?
All the ladies came together and we were all in the same room just talking. And I remember coming together. I don't remember if we were standing or sitting, but I remember Lori started and asked for this help for her husband because she needed to cast out this evil spirit. And she asked to just go around the room and each of us take turns casting out to see if we could get rid of this evil spirit within him.
Do they also play light as a feather,
No.
stiff as a board?
And this was the first time you'd ever
What?
had
Bloody
anybody ask you to be part
Mary.
of some group to cast out,
Yes.
and a group to cast out an evil spirit as to a specific person.
I've never done that in a group setting before. Never even heard of that before.
After this weekend, let me ask you, how many days do you recall that you were here?
We'll do it while we're on break for Lori.
Or which
That March?
that March.
Yeah.
Just a couple days. I don't recall how many. Just a couple days though.
So
Like a weekend, maybe,
just the weekend type
approximately.
thing. During that time, do you recall just the one evening where Lori had asked you and the other women to cast out this evil spirit in her husband? Was there just one incident that weekend that you recall?
One incident. I'm sorry, I don't understand the
Over
question.
the March Girls Weekend,
Mhm.
was there just the one time where Lori asked the group to cast out Ned from her husband?
From my memory, yes, I think so.
Had you heard on, though, more than one occasion, Lori saying that her husband was possessed?
More than one occasion on that weekend, or like,
Sure. Or either that weekend, or had you previously heard that?
I don't recall previously hearing that. And I don't remember hearing it after how many times she said that.
Was it discussed throughout the weekend?
Was it
I
more than
believe
10?
so.
Right.
Let's go ahead and recess for lunch.
Oh, okay.
We'll resume at 1:30 p.m. I'll tell the jurors to remember the admonition.
All rise to the jury.
I'm not juggling.
You're not juggling for the break? We got some casting to do, you guys. Whatever that means. Oh, God. Crazy. Could you imagine? And so, like, I'm assuming that this is not part of their Mormon beliefs, right? Like, casting people and people, like, do
Definitely
they do, like, exorcisms and stuff like
not.
the Catholic people do? Or I don't know.
The zombie thing is just crazy. Well, a lot of it, it's all crazy, but
Okay, well, that's all we're getting for today. You're about to be big. Okay, there we go. Well, not for today. I meant for lunch. I can't wait to hear what Lori's going to ask her on the cross. But was my casting good? And did you enjoy my green chili enchiladas? Kind of known for them. She seemed so offended that her brother did not remember that. She seemed so mad about that. Well, I did it like 10 occasions a year. It's crazy. Oh, man. Well, hey, Ange, thanks for coming on. Welcome.
sure.
You get to like see what it's like now.
I don't know. It was hard to get set up for my.
Yeah, but we did it. And you could hear now.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
look at us learning things. I don't know what we did, but we did it. So I pushed some buttons.
Button.
And they only do about 2.5 hours of court and then lunch. Yeah.
Yes. They're never going to get done this way. And especially with how long Lori
Ugh.
talks and the prosecutor. It's so slow.
Yeah, she does need a little bit more pep, I feel.
Yes, for sure.
Because you're going up against crazy. Okay. Like maybe she's just toned down, so she just comes across super neutral, but like
To see if like crazy Lori shows up or something.
yeah, maybe.
To show the difference. I don't know. She's gonna
It's
make
just
it
a little too like rigid and mechanical, I feel.
Yeah, definitely monotone.
So I think she's better today than she was yesterday.
Maybe she read the comments.
Maybe. Maybe. I wonder if the other prosecutors are going to say something.
Maybe.
Surprised they're not switching between yet. Yeah, 90-minute lunch. So yeah, they're not going to be back. What time was it?
Oh
Hour
my
and a half. So 5 o'clock my time.
God. This is so late.
I mean, I don't know. I'm happy that this is on 3 hours behind. Because let me tell you what, do not expect from me is to be up doing this for like an 8 o'clock in the morning trial.
The morning stuff.
That's not happening. I can't even talk to people in my real life until like after 10, at least 2 hours of coffee time before I'm
2 hours of coffee.
talking to anybody. Yeah. I was like, oh, okay, I could probably do it from like 2 to 8. That I could do, but 8:30 in the morning, no way.
By the way, you should fall asleep with your hair like that, and it looks really pretty wavy.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It was like really tight curls, but now it's relaxed a bit. But thank you. Why do I keep hearing buzzing? It's not my phone. Unless it's like a phantom buzz. Probably. All right. So what are we going to do during our break? What do you guys want to do? You guys just want to talk about Yellow Jackets because the finale is tomorrow. Just kidding. I don't know what to talk about with that.
Is today Wednesday or Thursday? It's Thursday, right?
Thursday. Yep. Yep. It's a big day. Big day. Lori wants to steal Karen Reed's streaming audience. And she is for now. I mean, I know a lot of people want to watch Karen Reed, but like the first couple of weeks can't be that interesting.
Definitely, I want to watch the openings. Well, I mean, I want to watch the trial period, but
Oh, they have a new prosecutor now, don't they? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then maybe it won't be as
It's going to be a totally different trial.
really.
I mean, not totally
not
different. They still have the bananery going on,
Yeah.
but there's going to be some different things for sure in this trial.
Has there been new evidence of any kind? Or
Experts,
just like experts?
experts, and yeah, and then because Trooper Paul was canned, don't know if they could. I forgot if they.
He was the one that I heard was like calling her some nasty names in the text messages, right?
Proctor, the one who
Okay.
got fired because he showed his biases. I can make up words here.
Sure.
Yeah, so I hope that report gets to come in. Yeah, because he was definitely up to a lot of bananery.
Oh yes, our word of the day,
the car
bananery.
Yeah, they do.
What's
they
that?
engrave the car stuff. The ARCA. Wait, is it the ARCA witnesses? Am I getting that wrong?
Like
Alexa, the electronic data, and
okay.
The speed, and if it stopped, and when it was all that kind of stuff.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, which they didn't have last time.
Is there a reason why they didn't have it last time? Technology. I mean, it was literally last year, right? This trial.
I just don't think they. I mean, they didn't do anything. I mean, we're talking solo cups and leaf blowers and
paper bags.
So
fair point.
I mean,
that is true. Well, then I guess that would be. So I'm assuming then that the officer who was let go, Proctor, you said, I'm assuming he's not going to be a witness.
He has to. He's the lead investigator. I don't know how they can get away with him not testifying. He's literally the lead investigator. I don't know how they could even. He's on the list, but lots of people are on there. But I just.
Well, is
Trooper Paul the one who's the crime scene speaks to me? That's Trooper Paul, right? I think so.
Oh, okay. Are they still? They were in the middle of a federal internal affairs.
I believe
situation, right?
I believe that is over. Although I've not seen anything official, but it was brought up in court. And supposedly that's closed. No charges were filed regarding that. And then now, I already put the stuff in there from yesterday that they asked the Supreme Court to look at those 2 charges, but wouldn't put a stay on the trial. But will be looked at on April 25th, I think it was. If they'll make a decision. So they're not stopping the trial.
So no real investigation conclusion yet into the Boston PD bananery, right? It's Boston, right?
Yeah, I mean they had an audit, which I put the town hall link in the Courtyard. It's like 4 hours long, but they were proud of their investigation, and they thought the leaf blower was really innovative, and it was such a great idea.
What did they use the leaf blower for? Again,
the snow and
I know nothing except for what you guys told me.
Yeah, it was to look for
move the
evidence.
snow.
Yeah, to look for evidence on the top layer, which so I don't know.
I mean, people use leaf blower. You know that we both live in wintry places, so you can use a leaf blower, but that's a weird flex. But okay.
Oh, Bells, are you talking about bananery? Answering you.
Oh,
bananery? Okay.
See, I'm not good at multitasking. You tell them.
That is from
with you.
Yeah, that was from a documentary we watched in Discord, the Twin Flames documentary, and that was a term that was used to by Jeff, I think it was, calling, I think he's the one who said it, that it was bananery.
He would.
I believe that came from him. Lady in Gray probably remembers, because her and I both were dying and we're like, we're going to use that from now on. Just bananery. No, it was
cannot stand Jeff.
Everyone Bells. It wasn't inside.
I cannot stand Jeff.
Llama hasn't. I don't think she's watched it either. She missed it.
No, I haven't either. Oh, hold on just a second. I gotta go on mute. My little llama's here real quick. You continue telling them.
Oh, great. Left alone again.
Yeah, just for a few minutes. Let me get him situated real quick. I'll be right back. I'm sorry, Angie. You can do it.
It's all right. Oh, yes. Belle, you did have a appointment, I think, that day. Or that's when you were really sick. Something. One of those things.
I didn't realize you guys could still see me, but oh well.
Yeah, we can put the link in Discord again, or we can figure out how to watch it, because I know some people missed it. Yeah, we could watch it again. I mean, there was a lot of bananery to keep up with, but I don't know if I can stand listening to that Jeff guy again. Just give me a minute. That dude. Yeah. It was crazy. I'd post the link in here, but I don't want to touch anything because I don't know what I'm doing. It was crazy.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Had to do a homework check.
No violin today?
No violin today. No. Some geography homework, and then forgot he has an event at school tonight. So we'll see.
Yeah, that's what I was doing, Lady in Gray. Remember, it's like, can you give me just a moment? That thing.
I caught the last 30 minutes or so of it when you guys were watching it. And he is
something.
That guy. He has such a.
You should send Lori an invite.
A punchable aura.
And now.
Oh my gosh. He's ridiculous.
That's crazy.
Him and his wife are super weird.
Mm-hmm.
But let's talk about Lori's weird little slumber party she had. Like, why? I don't understand. And it shows that, like, months before Charles's murder, like, she's telling everyone that he's, this evil zombie named Ned, which is like the least scary zombie name you can come up with. Like, how do you think she picked the name Ned? Do we know?
I don't remember if that was described in the first trial or not. I can't remember. It was crazy.
I know my brain has like forgotten so much of their Idaho trials. That's for sure. Oh, there's Kelly. Hi, look who we have with us, Kelly. I'm very persuasive with my peer pressure. I'm just kidding. I didn't know such thing. I didn't know such thing.
No, I just asked if she's lonely and said, well, I'll come on for a little bit, I guess.
Yeah. It's a party. It's a party. You never know what you're going to get with us.
Right.
Kelly, I don't know if you've been watching, but Adam Cox was on the stand today. Lori's brother. And she was very upset. He did not remember her green chili enchiladas. She's very upset about that. And then we had Serena, who I guess came to Arizona for some weird conference thing for the end times or whatever she was talking about. And then they had this weird little casting group of gals to get rid of Ned's evil spirit. I don't know. It's very confusing and weird.
What's the full name? Nahai?
Oh yeah, that story from the book. Nelfi? Hold on, I'll find it.
Like that. And then she's
Nephi.
Nephi, and then said Ned for short.
Well, Nephi is the prophet from, I don't know what they call it. Do they call it a Bible? I don't know what they call it in Mormon terms. Anyway, he's from there. So I don't know. A coven of casters, right? Isn't it very like witch-like? Well, not genuine, but like, 13-year-old girls who have decided that they're going to be witches. It's very reminiscent of that.
Yeah, Book of Mormon. That's right. I couldn't think of it either. Yes, enchiladas for real.
Green chili enchiladas. I don't know if there's a difference, but she was very specific about it. Do we know when Lori saw the crowd?
Right?
I mean, that's just like the vibes I was getting from there. Like they were at some weird little slumber party. I don't know. And so it was like really sad that Adam, yes, I keep wanting not to call him Alex, that Adam and Charles were so close. Well, I don't even know if they were so close. It was more like them versus Lori and everyone else trying to get her some help there. Now, her sister Summer, she's very anti-Lori now, right? If I remember right.
Yeah. Like, what did you call her for short? Some. And some.
And Lolo.
Yeah.
Stupid name. Oh my gosh. Well, they were poisoned with her nonsense.
How do you choose crazy zombie dark stuff over like normal person stuff to go with versus?
Well, and she's, reincarnated. And they said, what did they say? They said that she had a past relationship with, I don't think they said who. It was either going to be Joseph Smith or Brigham Young, I'm guessing, are the two people that Lori was like, oh yes, in my past life, He didn't list a name, but those are the two big Mormon names. And in Chad's books, his shitty books, they're so bad. That was the guy that the girl time travels and meets up with young Brigham Young in Utah.
Didn't he do one where he died or something? And
He has so many of
Storm.
them, and they're written so bad. Like
The Storm.
6th grade bad.
I remember JT's neon lightning bolt. Like you called him the Storm.
Oh, yeah. There was another thing. What was the other thing that I had a question about? Oh, it was definitely with Adam when he was on there. That I was like, I don't really know what that means. Alex being excommunicated like
Twice.
Like,
how do you get back in? I think I saw Lady in Gray ask that earlier. Like,
yeah, like
rent, beg, pay money. Like,
probably definitely money helps.
Please let me back in, and then you get kicked out twice. Is that a normal thing?
I mean, that can't be.
Catholic Church don't do that, I don't think. Well, once you're excommunicated or whatever, like you ain't coming back in. I believe. I could be very wrong on that.
I'm sure at one point it was definitely that way. I don't know if it still is either, but I can, because wasn't that a thing that would happen like if you got divorced like a long time ago, right? Like then you could be excommunicated from the church. I don't know.
And you had to be, I think you had to be divorced from the church and divorced, like both, and the church had to approve it before you could be officially. Bells knows way more about it probably than I do.
There is time travel in the Book of Mormon.
You're remarried.
Okay, if you're okay. All right.
So you don't have to get divorced from the church as well and have permission from them?
Oh, I'm sure it's a whole thing.
I don't remember. I dated somebody once that was...
So Adam flies in, right? He's supposed to stay with Alex. Alex ghosts him, which is funny, by the way, that they said the word ghosted on record twice today.
Right.
That's going to be fun to read like 30, 40 years from now, right? But like, because I think it was you, Angie, before you came on, you wrote that like he dodged a bullet. Like, literally, because how long, I don't remember, how long with the death of Charles was the alleged assassination attempt on Brandon Bordeaux? Wasn't it really close in time to one another?
A week?
Okay, I thought it was like a week, 2 weeks, less than a month.
Somewhere in there, yeah.
And I think that neither Lori or Alex, in my opinion, would have qualms about doing away with their brother.
No.
So I think he was blessed to be living in Wichita at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the only person happy about living in Wichita at the time. But just kidding. Wichita is Lisa Wilmot's favorite U.S. city. Wichita. She says it. Wichita. Okay.
I said Charles that morning, but I think that's
that Adam goes to Charles that morning. Well, no, that not according to Adam's testimony anyway. So seemed to be the other way around. And then his messages were read at noon. I'm assuming that's by Lori and Alex. Crazy. Could you imagine? Oh my gosh. And then they don't even find out for like 2 days. No one in the family or anything is so
It's very bizarre.
weird. Right? Exactly. Lady Gray. If you're going to murder your own damn kids, your brother would be no, no problem at all.
Definitely.
How is Lisa? I'm assuming good. We saw her around a couple weeks ago, didn't we? For
Yeah, she came on.
show.
She came on. Was it the Sunday night show or the Thursday? I forget. One. Like
I don't know, but she definitely made an appearance. Oh, I think it was. I think it was a Zizian show
I think
for sure. But I'm assuming well.
Yeah.
The guy on Rex X was wrong. Go tell him. I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
She will.
Don't do that. Don't get on fights on social media. Be like me and don't even have social media. So stupid. Don't do it. I did see, I read earlier or last night or this morning, that Meta and Instagram, I guess are the same now, have set up kids accounts or teen accounts to like better deal with, all of that. I'm just like,
But you can
I mean-
still enter in whatever you like. You can
yeah, like,
line in your birthday and all that. They don't have licenses to prove their age. You just click down and choose a different age.
yeah, exactly. Like, what are they even doing? So
The parents, I guess, could set it up, with their own password, and then it limits screen time on one. Or
yeah, like limit, like, bad pictures, things like that. I'm sure it's like the app I have on my son's phone that'll be like, alert, this child is talking about something inappropriate. And it's not. It picks up. One time I got an alert that was like, your kid is talking about drugs, right? And I'm like, what? What are you talking about, app? So I like look in the app, and he was in Arizona with his father and grandmother because she lives out there. And they were out collecting like geodes and stuff. And so he was like, look at this rock that I have, in like a text message, I think to my nephew. And they were like, the key words was like rock.
rock.
Because I was like, oh my God, what is my 11-year-old at the time thinking of?
Can't even say rock.
The 1,000 sub show. I mean, maybe she was there too, but that was in December. Is YouTube considered social media though?
It is,
Well, okay.
but I know what you're saying. It's different type, but yes.
Oh man, what if it was a geode full of crack? I mean, I don't know. They've given me quite a few alerts that have just been so weird.
Well, there's Annie trying to catch up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they know how to hide all their stuff on phones, especially. I didn't even know you could do half the stuff that they do. Oh, what I was thinking? I was thinking maybe we should like start like reviewing true crime documentaries. What do you guys think about that? Oh, thank you, Annie. Annie says my hair looks amazing. Because I was thinking there's a new one that just came out on Netflix. I haven't watched it yet. I saw it last night when I was perusing. It was about kids on the internet, like family blogs or vlogs or whatever. Kids that have been thrown into the spotlight. Seems really effed up. But we could always like watch that together and then do a review on YouTube's. As if I don't have enough stuff going on today. Thank you, Bells. Thank you.
It does look nice like that.
I did none of the things. None of the things. I was going to straighten it, but then I was like, oh, it looks great. Not going to do that. And I was going to get Red Bull before the show. And so, because I contemplated, I was like, okay, I could use some Red Bull. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I don't have to straighten my hair. So
Yeah, time.
that saved me some, 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
I was like, ooh, but do I want to risk my curls? Because it was much curlier than it is now. But I was like, do I want to risk my curls and elements? And then I was like, okay, yeah, we're going to, right? So I get in the car. I go to like the end of my neighborhood, and they're doing construction. So it's just one way with like the stop sign people.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just turned around. I was like, no, we're not doing this. I'll be stuck in this because the store is literally like a couple blocks away. But I was like, no, we're not doing that. So no Red Bull today. I don't know if I need it. Probably switch to wine here soon. Let's be honest.
Well, it is like 4. I was going to say it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It's almost wine time. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you, Kelly. Oh, thank you, Bells.
Where'd Buffy go? Is she in the car line? It's about car. Oh, it's too late for car line.
No, it's her car time.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could totally do something like that. Okay, let's see if there's any updates from Nate Eaton, shall we? Who, by the way, I freaking love that guy.
He does a great job on, man, it's like his Twitter's done really well. And I've watched his channel before. But he's killing it on the play-by-plays from the court.
Yeah, I mean, he knows like everything about the case. I wonder if Lori noticed Colby in the gallery.
Probably. She notices everything.
Well, when I was getting ready, before I took my hair out of my messy bun, I was like, ooh, maybe I'll do my hair like Lori's. But then I was like, ooh, I can't touch this. We'll save that for another day. The Shih Tzu. So she used to be a hairstylist? Okay.
Sure did.
Maybe that's how she somehow manages to have good hair in prison. I don't know.
Somebody said she may have gotten it done before her documentaries that she did for shows. Maybe. It was like and not unless you will do my hair. I don't know. Somebody said that. That doesn't mean it's true. It was on the internet. It's true, but
I mean, if anyone was going to have a list of demands, it would be her. It would be her.
Yeah. You still haven't watched that interview yet either, have you?
No, with Lori?
Yeah.
No, I haven't watched that either. I am behind. Okay.
Yeah. That's a very interesting thing. She was so just argumentative and defensive. She just wouldn't answer. Everything she answered was, she answered a question with many other questions. Well, how do you know that? Well, who told you that? Well, you weren't there. Like, she just could not answer anything, or would not could not. She could not. She just wanted to be on TV.
How was she able to have makeup? I mean, I'm assuming her paralegal, thank you, that's sitting next to her. I'm sure that she was allowed to bring in something or like that. Because remember with Sarah Boone, in different state, so could be different rules, but they did, ask the judge if one of their co-counsel could apply makeup to Sarah. So maybe that's where it comes from. They bring it with her clothes. Yeah, probably.
Didn't yesterday on the stream, maybe it was when it was just getting started, wasn't somebody standing in front of her, like actually doing something to her face while she was sitting at the table? Does anybody else see that? I don't remember that. I know that I saw that. I just don't know when that was. I know it was yesterday. I believe it was yesterday. I don't know if it was morning or after lunch or on a break, but it's like, let's a touch up or something. I don't know, but she isn't even on camera, just back of her head. So whatever. She wanted to look good for the judge.
I mean, it was impressive that she called that objection for scope. She got one. So after the fact, the judge was like, yeah, I guess she's right. We'll get rid of that one. All right. But I do feel like there were some other objections she might have been able to make, but she doesn't know how. So I really don't understand how they could wash off the makeup from Sarah Boone.
That's right. Amy will take her out.
That's funny. Gosh, I couldn't imagine sitting at a table with her.
No, she's definitely not flirting, but she does talk in her baby voice, except for when she really is not happy about something. But
She snarky. Oh, she was snarky in her objection, and he was like, "We don't need to argue about." She's very snarky about it. What a nightmare of a soulmate, right? Ugh. And I guess she'd be in county actually in Arizona, because they took her to Arizona like right after she was found guilty, pretty much.
Yeah, right after,
like a month later or something. Arizona was like, get her ass, bring her down here. I think she needs to answer to.
Yeah.
I wonder why there's only one charge though for conspiracy.
Well, the other case is conspiracy also, right? Conspiracy to commit on Bordeaux.
Oh, Bordeaux. Yeah, I think so too.
They're both conspiracy cases, I believe.
But why isn't like murder attached with it?
It's conspiracy to commit murder on one of them for sure. I don't know if it's this one or
this one. Nate, it says it's one charge of conspiracy to commit murder on Charles Vallow.
Which is the one Tammy's in? The next one?
The next one's Brandon Bordeaux.
Well, because
attempted. She's already found guilty for Tammy and JJ and Tylee. They were all three together in Idaho.
Can't keep all the crime straight.
Right?
That's too much criming.
Let's see. Hold on. I'm bad at looking at comments, you guys. I keep forgetting because then I cover up where all my comments are, and then I'm like, oh yeah.
She was, Holly. She was planning on calling Nate, but Nate filed something and he got out of it. Are you talking about Nate Eaton?
Yeah, I think she did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's not. I think that was like the first day, and he's like, no. And they're like, no. So she didn't even want him in the court then after that either or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it was like she wanted to subpoena him
to keep him out.
Him out of the courtroom. Yeah, exactly. Because I think the judge even asked her, because I feel like this was a pre-trial hearing.
It was.
About Nate.
It was. Was it a day of jury selection in the morning? But yeah, it would have been still like the trial hadn't started yet. So yeah.
Yeah. But I don't remember what she said he was supposed to like testify to or something. It's like Nate has nothing good to say about you, girl. The last person you want to call up to the stand is somebody who has all the facts. But you do you, boo.
She didn't argue. Well, she didn't argue her reasonings well at all. She just said because he talked to all these witnesses and he knows all the things or something along those lines. The judge is like, well, what does that mean? Like, what things? What relevance is it?
That's right. It was because he had talked to so many people. But I believe that it was just she didn't want him in the courtroom. Though, boy, would I have loved her cross of Nate. Could you imagine? Could you imagine?
Right.
So is Melanie Gibb, because there's two Melanies, right?
I believe so. Melanie
There's
Gibb.
the niece one who was married Brandon.
Yes.
And then there's also Melanie Gibb,
the friend
the
person.
friend, who I think that's the one that Lori told everyone Tylee was with, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
And then she
When she
called her
wasn't.
and said, I need you to do me a favor. If they call, tell them you have him or something like that. Or
Yeah.
tell them the kids are there.
Yeah.
Like, I'll do no such thing.
Yeah, because she was like our bestie. What day will Kay be? I don't know. I'm imagining probably fairly soon. Would be my guess. I don't know. But the fact that they already called Nancy Jo, who was one of the last people to talk to Charles. They brought in Adam, who was also talking to Charles at the moment. I'm going to go with Kay is probably coming up because obviously she knew, the situation. I think they'll probably have Kay up before they start going into technical stuff like medical examiner and, things like that.
Melanie's.
Oh, Melanie Gibb. And her niece. Oh, monitors do not start turning on and off now. I don't know why it does that. It's very frustrating. Let's see. There is no update for Nate. They must still be at lunch. Yes.
30, 3:30, 4:30. Yeah. I can't do the math on this trial.
Well, they should be entering court in like 7 minutes, but
then the 30 minutes or whatever.
In the 30 minutes.
Right.
Which, let me tell you another thing I'm a little perturbed about is our cameraman. Like, I wanted to see those text messages between Adam and Charles.
I don't get why we can't see that stuff. I don't know. I don't remember that being in the like you can't show any of that, maybe not graphic stuff I get, but why are we not seeing the screen? It's like right there. And then we'll see like 3 things and then nothing else. We saw the ugly gun multiple times.
We did.
That's
so ugly. I can't wait for Kay to be on the stand. Me too. I can only imagine how snarky Lori is going to be with Kay. But I do think I think we'll probably hear from her. Well, we may not hear from because they don't have court tomorrow. So they might save Kay for Monday. And I do not know if Kay has been in the courtroom since the trial started. I don't know. I know she's there today. But wait a second. If Kay was in the gallery with Colby, it's kind of, did she get special privileges to do that? Because usually a witness can't sit in the gallery when testifying is happening.
She would have had to. I don't remember in the hearings. I know somebody else was brought up besides Nate, and then maybe that's the one the prosecutor brought up yesterday that she wanted permission and Lori didn't want her in there. I don't know if that's the right person or not. Oh, they accept. Lady Grace has
is it like the family exception? Okay.
Is that the one from yesterday or whatever that when the hearings? Okay, I couldn't remember. Yeah.
Thank you guys. Well, then I'm gonna go with she's definitely gonna be coming up because they don't want, it to seem like she could be too tainted or something along those lines.
You said tweet.
Kay tweeted yesterday she was laughing on the inside from yesterday's testimony. I bet Nancy Jo being like, don't flatter yourself.
It was the best clip. It was the best part.
So
flatter yourself.
Good. Yeah. She was so snarky.
It's too bad Adam didn't say about the enchiladas. Don't flatter yourself. They weren't that good.
She was so pissed about it. I love listening to the things that get under her skin because sometimes it's not what you think it would be.
No, it's totally petty stuff.
And you're like, oh, I didn't realize it was a trigger for you, Lori. Oh, okay.
You talked about me? You talked about me? What did he say?
I know. I am surprised she didn't go longer with Nancy Joe. Not surprised about her not going on it with her brother, but
I think the judge scared her when he said, you can ask her such
that's
and
true.
such, but you might be sorry, you know, something. So maybe it scared her a bit.
That's right. I forgot about the potential opening of the door yesterday.
It's the portal, Llama. It's opening the portal.
Oh my gosh. It kind of looks like we're in little portals right
I
now.
was just going to say that. The circles are because it's portals.
Yes. Does everybody have their time traveling mouse? God, that book was so bad. She is such a 14-year-old mean girl. You know what? Amos, I want to hear it. Okay. I want to hear it.
Is Amos at work? Are you at work?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, she is. We're entertaining her today. I did things all by myself. By that, I meant hit the go live button. That's all I did. Amy did all the other stuff for me beforehand. But I will say, talk about it being a little anxious when you're just like the only one in the room. And you got to somehow pep yourself up before you hit like the go live. Like I haven't had to do that with True Crime and Wine Time before. So I was like, oh, here we go. But Amy made the cool little intro video and an outro for tonight or for today. And we do not have True Crime and Wine Time tonight. Get it Thursday night off, which will be nice. It is pressure. It is pressure. I'm not so sweaty anymore. At first, I was like, it's so hot. Oh, my goodness. All right, what else are we going to talk about, guys? Because we got another 30 minutes.
It's a long time.
Mm-hmm.
When you can't juggle.
Can't juggle at all. You got Ziz research to do tonight. Yeah, I'll be finishing up my part tomorrow. I did, well, since you're listening, Amy, I might as well just say I did add some info for the Zaj codes as I was going on, but there's so plenty, if you don't mind. You can work it out however. That was just already there. Oh, goodness. Yep, Sunday we have Harzizian's episode where we'll be talking about the Zaj codes and Jamie, a.k.a. Michelle Zajko. This one doesn't make me as fired up as the Lind one does yet. And I think it's just because we don't know all the details of the Zajko's murder. I mean, it still is gross because, you know, like all this group has done so far is kill old people. With the exception of the board. I'm sorry, allegedly. Allegedly killed old people with the exception of the Border Patrol agent shooting. Sorry, it's like attacking my ear there. Let's see. It's pressure. You're zizzing right now. My Zizian team. Rachel Morin case. The trial is going on right now. Unfortunately, it isn't being televised. I did not know that the trial had started. I'm not super familiar with that case. I do know from, I know you are really into it, Kelly P. So basically what I know is from comments I've seen from you or heard from you here and there. I didn't know her trial had started. Well, the trial for her has started. I'll have to check that out. It does suck it's not televised. Is that AI?
If you'd read the case file information in our lovely Discord server, the Courtyard, you would
Yes.
see that trial is started.
I could only be in so many places at once, guys. No, Angie is wonderful and updates a lot of case files we do have on the Courtyard Discord. So if you're not one of our 7 friends watching, we do have a Discord called the Courtyard. You can find the link in the description. And there we have some case files that Angie has done a lot of adding of news articles and court documents.
Amos too. She put stuff.
Amos too. Yes. Yes.
Lady, yeah.
Who were we just talking about? Oh, Morin.
More.
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, I'm sad that it's not being televised. There, I know a lot of people really wanted to watch that.
I'm not seeing it. Probably because I'm a dingbat.
It's under what's his name? That something Hernandez something.
Yeah, that's right. I was looking for Morin's name, but it's not going to be.
We started it off with her name, and then until they actually arrested him. Yeah.
Where we got here? Oh, there we go. Dadoy. Found it. Let's see.
There's not a whole lot of information, just that the trial was started, not like the other stuff.
Oh, I was just going to see what the opening statements was.
Lady in Gray, you've added Sean Williams before, so you found that crazy case.
We all do a lot of researching, whether it's for the Courtyard or True Crime in One Time.
Yeah.
That's why it gets so confusing. Who's the one researching which case is sometimes a little. It could be anybody, really.
A little bit of this and a little bit of that. Yeah, Sean.
Oh my gosh, Mambo number 5. Let's see. What we got? Oh, the show. Mother of 5 brutally murdered. Oh, that's this case. See, this is why I can't multitask live in front of people. All right, so Martinez Hernandez was arrested in June, charged with first-degree murder and first-degree rape. Oh.
Yeah, scary. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, you go ahead. Go take a potty break. There's been a nightmare. Okay, well, that wasn't a very long article talking about the opening statements, but I'll definitely keep my eye on that. He's suspected of killing another woman in 2022? Ugh. Gross. Did you get your 4 fixed bells? I don't know. She came in, her first comment was something, something, and then 1. So I just assumed the 1 was her new. All the salt moved under the 1. Okay, well, they are back in the courtroom, but it's not live for us yet, you guys. But Nate's update says they are back. And Serena's still on the stand with prosecution. So that is where we'll pick back up on that. Bells is the salty one. Oh, that's right. You're not home today. I forgot you were out running errands. How did I see Nate's update? You can see it on eastidahonews.com. They are adding his, if you go to day 4, live updates day 4, they're updating that in real time, basically. You just got to refresh since I have no social media, that's how I looked for a reason. Cause I was like, oh no, Annie's at a doctor's appointment. Like I'm not getting a Twitter X account for any of you guys. I love you all. And I'm so happy you're here, but no, not doing it. Got around having to do that. And now I can correctly spell people's names right. Unlike yesterday, I did hear. So yesterday, I didn't, not once did I hear them, state your name. How do you spell it? I never heard anybody spell their name yesterday. But today and I don't know if you guys heard it because it was really quiet. But when they brought Adam up there and they're like, state your name, he's like, Adam. They were swearing him in, right? And they're like, can you spell that for us, please? Like the simple name Adam Cox, the one person you're going to ask to spell it. Like, okay. I'll just make space. Okay. Oh, I forgot Annie's behind. Ugh. I hate these people so much. Did we know? Well, I guess it would have made sense for her to try to subpoena Chad. I was hoping she was subpoenaing Chad to show up, but it's not going to make her look great. Like, well, yeah, we were banging, but I didn't want my husband dead.
I've returned.
Who could forget Annie's behind? Welcome back, Ange. Welcome back.
My daughter apparently was driving and they pulled over the side of the road and they were only there for just a minute to make a phone call. And some lady came out of the house and was like, what are you doing here? And giving them a hard time. And I'm like, yeah, people are like, be careful. Like, don't turn around in driveways. And but she's like, oh, we're just parked on the street.
Yeah. Elbow Feet has a public utility job
in a corner.
And his neighborhood he has to work in is not great or safe. He's had to call like the cops like 3 times because people have threatened to kill him by him doing his job, which is like finding utility lines under the ground. People are crazy. I mean, he has like a marked car, wears one of those neon, vest things, and people are like, oof, it's rough. I hope he gets in a new area soon because this one is not good. Do we know if Lori and Chad have been communicating? Probably not. I don't think they are supposed to. Would be my guess. I don't know if they can message you. They would, yeah, because you can't like directly
Some portals.
message. You're just in portals, right?
Oh, geez, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. No spoilers, Lady in Gray. Just kidding. No. But I think like you're not supposed to, like it's part of you being a prisoner. Like I feel like it's against prison rules as like a way to stop gang violence and things like that. So would be my guess. I don't know that to be true, but I'm pretty sure about that. So like they wouldn't be able to like message each other on JPay. I guess maybe she could write a fake letter, but they just probably go into their dream portals together. It's fine. Oh, it is spicy, Lady in Gray. Heads up, Lori's going to be doing cross. That's all we'll say. Oh my goodness.
We need a countdown, like a countdown timer thingy.
This is like the longest 30 minutes of my life. I'm like, you're just like, what do we talk about? I don't know. We talk all the time. And for once we're just like, I don't know. Are you caught up with this yet, Annie?
Shoot.
I don't think so.
Are you reading like Nate's stuff? I assume he's in court. Portal mug.
Portal mug. Yeah. I don't know.
That was weird.
It just disappears. Look, it is a portal. No, the lovely Amos actually made this. She did the glitter and everything. You can't really see it. I'm sorry. I don't know how green screen stuff works. But yeah. So I drink my coffee out of it because it's the biggest one, so I don't have to keep getting up. But yes, I wonder if there's like a way we could put like portal overlay around our circles.
Around the circle.
Yeah. I don't know how to do any of that. Amy, later, figure out how to give us portals around our circles. Please. Thank you. I have a request. I also think it would be fun, like, if we could have like something moving across the screen, but I don't know how to do any of that. I'm just lucky we got it all going today. Oof, I gotta pee. What else? Okay, so tomorrow we're doing
Yellow Jackets.
Yellow Jackets. Oh, Saturday we're watching a 2-part. Is it Saturday that we're doing? Yeah. Saturday we're doing on the Courtyard Discord. We're doing a 2-part series that was made last year called Selena and Yolanda, The Secrets Between Them, which it's Selena, the Latin star. When did this happen? In the 90s, right? Or the 90s, early 90s, I think. Anyway, there's a movie about it. Selena was shot by Yolanda. There's a story that everybody knows about that, but apparently this documentary is actually made by Yolanda's family. And they're not saying that Yolanda didn't shoot her. They're just saying that apparently there is more to the story. So we're going to give it a watch and see. I mean, I haven't really heard of there being any sort of other knowledge, but
I thought she admitted to shooting her.
No, she did.
Oh.
But it was an accident. Like, it's not what, apparently the story behind it is not the narrative
that's been out
They're
there.
saying it's not the narrative that's been out there. Like, there's a lot of other stuff going on, apparently. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. That's why we're going to watch it. Because, I mean, you know, she did try to come up for parole and was denied recently. But, you know, I like to keep an open mind about things. I mean, this was a celebrity case. You know,
Did she steal a ring too or something?
I'm sorry?
Didn't she steal a ring or something also?
Yeah, I think something like embezzling
something
money.
Yeah.
I'll have to brush up on my Selena info there. But so we're gonna watch that on Saturday. So we'll see. You know, it was a case from I think the 90s. Yeah, I think it was like 96.
Amos put in there 95.
95. Oh,
she put in the chat.
Thank you, Amy. Amos does do all the jobs. You know, but it wasn't televised at the time, even though there were high profile cases being televised, because that would have been around the time of what? Menendez number 2?
Yeah.
And OJ, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, OJ was around Menendez 2, if I remember right. Oh,
Like I said, too many crimes.
Too many. Too many. So we're going to watch that together on Saturday at 1:30 Eastern and see what we think about that.
The longest trial ever, like 11 months. OJ was.
Oh my gosh, yes. I was in like 4th grade when that happened, but I do remember for the verdict, like they wheeled a TV in. Oh my gosh, y'all. I grew up in a very, very small town. Okay.
Wow.
And we're in 4th grade. And I remember them wheeling the TV in because they're like, a verdict is in. Okay. And for some reason, our teacher decided that this, I don't know what lesson she was trying to do, but she was like, guys, why don't you vote? We'll vote. We'll put our little papers in the little, she had like a shoebox or something, right? And she's like, you all can vote whether he's guilty or not guilty. We never even watched the trial. Like, what are you teaching us, lady? Like,
4th grade?
Yeah. I would have been in 4th grade at that time. Like, what?
Wow.
Yeah. And now most of the class said guilty, which I agree with now, but at the time we're on 4th grade and have no idea what's happening. But, you know, I guess all the adults were obsessed with it in some way. But yeah, she didn't really teach us about how that's not how you're supposed to judge cases. Complete and total blind, guilty by a bunch of 4th graders.
Yeah, I didn't get that. I got the Challenger. That's what we did. Got wheeled in, watched the Challenger, and that, which was traumatic to watch.
Right, because like wasn't everywhere watching it live, right?
Yep.
And then
yeah, that was
I couldn't imagine. That was like 9/11 for me. I imagine like the same, like, what are we watching happen, right? Because I was in 9th grade or 10th grade.
You couldn't have been.
I just started 10th grade when 9/11 happened. I was
9/11. I was
what, like 2 or 3
like,
with the
no
Challenger.
way you were in 9th grade when that happened.
No.
Okay, that makes more sense.
But we had been watching it in between periods. The news broke that the first plane hit the tower. And so my 2nd period French teacher decided to put on what's happening because, you know, it's crazy, right? So we're like watching it, and then we see the other plane hit, and we're like, what the F is going on? Then we hear about the Pentagon, and her sister-in-law, I think, worked at the Pentagon. So she was like freaking out, right? And then the next period was my AP history class. Okay. Well, I'm actually not going to name drop him because that could dox me somehow, but Mr. AP history teacher. Okay. We go into the classroom. Everybody's talking about what's going on, and he refuses to turn on the TV. As history is happening right now.
Yeah.
He refused to turn it on and was like, no, we have history to learn. Like,
this is history. Like living through it in the middle of history. This is history, literally.
Yeah, it really soured the whole rest of my year. I didn't actually sign up for AP history after that because I'll be honest, I didn't respect him as a teacher. After that, I'm like, no, forget it. It's silly.
The Poseidon Adventure? Why?
What does that mean? What's the Poseidon Adventure?
It's a ship. Poseidon, right?
Probably wouldn't name your boat Poseidon. Poseidon was a real big dick, but okay.
It's a movie or show, but.
Oh, you're in 7th grade, Kelly. Yeah, that's nuts.
I think I was in 9th grade, but I don't remember. I remember sitting in the library, like a bunch of us went in the library when they wheeled in the TV.
Oh no. Well, I was laying gray being like, oh my God, Lana, get it together.
Is that because of you didn't know what the Poseidon Adventure was?
I'm going to go with that. Yeah. I'm going to go with that's why she's OMGing me. I can't know all the things. It was the 70s disaster movies. Oh, I
It was a
love
good
disaster
movie.
movies.
I haven't seen it in a long time, but I remember it being a good movie.
Poseidon. What was it called again?
Poseidon Adventure.
Oh, but Poseidon.
It's like the
Adventure.
Towering Inferno, but better. You probably
It
don't.
just looks like the Titanic.
Yeah, it does. Not as big though. I don't think.
Okay.
Maybe it was. I don't know about that.
What? Oh, it's available on Amazon Prime.
There you go.
Okay.
Add it to your really long list of things to watch.
I know. After a rogue wave capsizes their cruise ship at sea. Hold on. Let me read this real quick because it's. Oh, that was the end of that. Okay, never mind. That was the description. A group of passengers must embark on a harrowing struggle for survival after a rogue wave capsizes their cruise ship at sea. Speaking of rogue waves, I saw some crazy rogue waves on Reddit the other day. I'm assuming it was like some fishing boat. It's a gigantic freaking boat. And the waves were just drowning this boat, like as they're sailing it, like, and this is supposed to be normal and fine. And I'm like, this is terrifying.
Is it Ziz's boat?
It was okay. No, it looks very scary because you just like get covered by the wave and then hope your boat comes back out. Like it's, no, thank you.
Watch that on the Greatest Catch. I've watched that every year. And yeah, they get some crazy stuff on that show.
Now I know how Llama feels when Terry doesn't know Star Wars. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I forgot Gene Hackman was in that. That's right.
Oh, nice.
I forgot he was in it. Who was that? Was that me?
Oh, that was you. That was you. It wasn't me.
All of a sudden I see the sound came and then something popped up, but I have no idea what it was.
I love disaster movies. I love disaster movies. Are you finally caught up yet, Annie? Oh, you watched it a few weeks ago. Nice. I wonder how the quality of it is. By the way, if you're watching Mama Terry, Amos says she loves you, as do we. She might just be listening. Wait, does she know about this? I think so.
She did, yeah.
Yeah. I think she was in here the first day, if I remember right.
She was shocked. Shock and awe. Shock. The shock and I can't do it. Buffy can do that accent really well. Shock and horror. Whatever.
Horror.
I can't do it. I can say sidebar.
Sidebar. Oh, are you talking about her Aunt Bev impression? Is that what?
Yes. Yes.
She does do it
does
good.
Very well.
She does.
I can't do it. Yeah. Shock. And horror. That's the one I can't say. Horror. I can say the shock, but the horror. Oh my God, that's my daughter.
Oh, is this the
Emily.
infamous? Hi, we've heard so much about you, Em. Welcome.
That is my mom right there. That's
I
my
love
daughter
that.
right there.
I love that she's here to support you.
Oh,
So
and
I'm
she
going to
called, I'm like, I'm literally like on like live, like right now, holding the phone to my ear.
I love that.
Hi, Emily.
Oh, I love it. My son
does.
doesn't think I'm very cool. He like came home. He was like, "Are you streaming again?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh, okay."
Buttony things.
Fine.
Good to see you, Emily. Yes. I don't know how she ever came up with Samurai Sister, but whatever. But yeah, that's my kid. How exciting. I don't think I've never been on here, but I don't even know that she's ever. Oh, Katie's doing grandma's hair right now. Okay.
Oh, nice. Getting grandma some new dew?
Yeah, I'm doing my grandma's hair.
Aw, I love that.
Yeah. Yes. Well, thanks for coming in, Emily, and saying hi to your mother.
Yeah. I didn't even tell my mom about this yet, so.
I told the story of you guys pulling over and that lady coming out and yelling at you, and she was wanting to call the police. All you were doing was parking there because Emily was in the car too.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom, on the day of the trial, with opening statements day, I was like, yeah, I'm getting ready to watch Lori opening statements, but it's going to be a couple hours. And she's like, oh, where are you watching? I was like, well, I'm watching, who was I watching that day? I was watching Defense Diaries, I think it was. And she's like, well, I don't want to do commentary. I was like, okay, that's fine. Then you can go find it somewhere else. I mean, you just asked where I was watching it. I was like, that's fine. I mean, they're not for everybody. I like Bob and Allie, but not everybody likes that. Though I could do with less of them, like trying to figure out stuff. Like, they're so funny. Anyway, I have not told her that we were doing
it.
Yeah. I was like, she can find me on her own. Let's see, what do we got?
Thank you, Emily. My daughter is awesome too. Corey X Kenshin, she used to watch him all the time. She was obsessed.
Oh, okay.
X Kenshin on YouTube.
Oh, I love that. I love that. I don't know what that means. Oh gosh.
Aw, just being honest. When you have to say you're being honest, are you really being honest? Kidding, Emily. She knows now.
Oh, you meant to say I just DM'd her.
Mm-hmm. She DM'd her. Is what it is.
Fine, Amy. Right? I'm just kidding. I don't care. I just never got around to saying anything. She comes on True Crime, well, in the chat in True Crime and Wine Time, so it wouldn't be anything necessarily new.
She didn't finish April Fool.
Girl, how many April Fool? All I did was change your guys' name on Discord. How many are you gonna pull on me?
It was funny.
I changed everyone's name to Loading with 3 dots for April Fool's Day. And
the face like, we can't find it. I think it's a Discord thing.
The best. It was the best. I laughed so hard as people were like trying to figure it out. It's the best day.
And then you'd see loading is typing, loading is typing, loading is typing. Everybody loading.
Oh, good times. Oh, well, look who's that? Who's this? Oh my God, it's Annie finally joining us.
I'm here. I made it.
Hi, welcome. Oof, you had a long day.
Just said that appointment lasted 2 hours, which was an hour and a half longer than I expected.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. That is
It's
too long.
Annie's behind.
Well, so you got all caught up with court today?
I got mostly caught up.
What did you like watch at 5 times speed or something?
2 and some change.
How do you do? I put it up to like 1.5 yesterday, and I was like, I don't even know what they're saying. It's too fast.
So what was a really boring trial that we watched at one point? Or at least part of it was really boring. And I pretty much listened to it on 2 times speed and just, I don't know. That's how I don't know.
There's been a couple like
Um,
that. There was. Hmm.
I shouldn't say that, but it was boring.
I mean, they sometimes are. We do have the seal back, so might still be a couple of minutes, but the seal is there. I'm trying to remember the last trial I watched
Whoops.
I know.
because I've taken a break from trials like
Me too. What is the
for like a
last
year.
full trial that I watched?
I think Adam Montgomery, maybe.
Maybe.
Makes sense. Because I think that was right before Karen Reed. Nope.
Yeah, because I didn't watch
All right, back on the
the
record.
Karen Reed one.
The jury's not present. Parties are present. You ready?
All right, hurry up and start already so I can go pee.
Defense ready?
Sure, Your Honor.
Is your paralegal coming?
My investigator should be here, but I don't know if he's running behind.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
Also, she has an investigator. How does she have an investigator?
Investigator and a paralegal, or the investigator is the paralegal. We don't really know.
Like, I don't think you're granted one. So, that was a tease.
Nate Eaton's is amazing for catching up.
What's that?
Said Nate Eaton's amazing for catching up.
Yes.
Oh, yes, for sure. He does a great job.
Her investigator is pro bono.
Yeah.
Huh.
Why?
Because she Poe.
Well, I know, but like, I mean, like,
I know, but why?
Did like they volunteer to be her investigator pro bono?
I don't know, but he better watch out for her portal and zombie stuff.
Because like, doesn't like defense usually have to like request money from the court to like for experts and investigate? Like, you don't just naturally get one if you're appointed an attorney. Like,
I believe so. I
Mm.
mean, it's not, they still have to get paid.
yeah.
The state can proceed with this one.
Thank you. So we were talking before
I'll be
lunch,
back.
and you have told us that you sort of spent 2 weekends getting to know Lori Vallow, correct?
Yes,
That was the November of 2018 visit.
with a lot of other people there, correct? Yeah,
And then the March of 2019 visit.
yes, the girls' weekend,
And that was a much smaller group of people.
correct.
And I think you had said that as Lori started expressing some of these beliefs that went against the LDS religion, that you started sort of questioning her about this.
Correct.
After that, did you feel like she started pulling away or limiting her contact with you?
Yes,
You told us that you had moved to Arizona in end of July or August-ish of 2019, correct?
yes.
Did you ever see
Thanks.
Lori again after you moved to Arizona?
Twice more.
Can you talk to us the first time that you saw her?
The first time I saw her, Zulema organized a girls' lunch to welcome me, she said. And so Lori was there. She came with Alex, her brother, and basically I said hi. And not much more than that. She sat on the other side of the restaurant, opposite of me. So, and not much contact there, but
And then what was the other contact you had with her?
I can't remember how it was organized. Perhaps at that lunch, Lori invited the women over to her house to just talk. And she had just lost her husband. And I don't know if I was included by accident or how that happened. I don't remember exactly, but I did go over to her house that night because here's somebody that I knew, and she had just lost her husband, which that's a big deal. And I wanted to find out how she was doing and what was going on.
Did you know anything at that time about the loss of her husband? Like what had happened?
I had heard vague things, but I had been across the country, so I didn't know any particulars.
Do you recall who was at the house that night?
Multiple women, but I actually don't remember who was there. I think Melanie Gibb was there, and then a few other ladies, but I actually don't remember who.
And do you recall, was that still that same time frame of like either the end of July or the beginning of August?
Yes.
Can you describe for us Lori's demeanor at this meeting, this gathering at her house?
I would assume, like in my estimation, it was more like stoic. I didn't see any like mourning or crying.
After that contact with Lori, did you ever see her again?
No.
Did you know that she had moved out of state?
No, not till long after she already had.
Did you know that she had married Chad Daybell?
Nope.
Nope.
So basically, after paying your condolences, that was sort of the end of your contact friendship with Lori Vallow?
Yes, I think there might have been a few texts after that just to check up on her and see how she was doing. She had just lost her husband again. So, and I think she was trying to figure out how to move forward, and I was concerned. So, nothing of substance.
Was your interactions with her via text very limited?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
Oh,
Cross-examination.
Llama, where are you? Jeez, that was a heavy mug.
Oh my goodness.
Ms. Sharp, did you take an oath when you came into this courtroom today?
Yes, I did.
Did you raise your hand?
Yes, I did.
Did you swear to tell the truth?
Yes, I did.
The whole truth?
Yes.
Nothing but the truth?
Lori.
Yes.
So help you who?
God.
Did she
So
say so?
can we agree that this court acknowledges that your testimony here today will be accountable to God?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance of this.
Sustained.
Your Honor, they brought up the religion.
Just for response, it's sustained. Ask the next question.
Do you believe that your testimony here will be accountable to God?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Ms. Sharp, how many times did we meet in person?
4.
How many one-on-one conversations during those meetings do you think that we actually had? Just you and me. Nobody else around. Just you and me.
Maybe 2.
2 conversations in our whole lives.
Maybe
Just me
3.
and you.
You said during those meetings.
During the 4 times that we saw each other in person,
Mm-hmm.
how many times did you and I have a one-on-one conversation where other people were not in the conversation? Just me and you.
Didn't count.
I can remember 3.
Okay. And how many times did we communicate on the phone?
Do you want me to estimate? I don't remember how many times.
Sure, just an estimate.
Was it less than 10?
I'm not sure how to estimate that. multiple times.
Like more than 10 or less than 10?
Probably more than 10.
More than 20?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Why does it matter?
And text
Right?
messages the same. How many times do you think that we conversed via text?
I don't know. I'm not sure how to answer that again.
Okay, so would it
Multiple times.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that some of the things that you remember are from other people and not actually from me to you directly?
Perhaps.
Okay. So in the instance when you said that I mentioned to you something about zombies, I would like to know what I said to you exactly verbatim about zombies.
Verbatim.
Zombies.
Well, I remember we talked about zombies in 2019 for the girls' weekend. You had mentioned zombies.
I mentioned zombies at that weekend out of my mouth, and not someone else, but me.
Object to argument?
Out of my mouth.
Overruled, you can ask. Why don't you rephrase that question?
Okay. So you're saying under oath that I said the word zombies at that meeting, or I'll go with that.
To the best of my recollection, it was that weekend during the girls' weekend, 2019.
And
again, that was 6 years ago. So like verbatim, I don't remember verbatim, but I think it was that weekend.
So it could have been that someone else was talking to you about zombies, but I was actually there also. Is that correct?
I'm going to object that the witness has answered that question and said it was her.
Overruled, she can answer.
Would you mind restating, please?
Is it possible that someone else said the word zombie and not me at that meeting when we were all there with the girls?
It's possible, but I don't think it was. I think
Okay,
it
then
was
what
you.
did I say exactly about zombies? I want to know the sentence I said to you about zombies.
Hold on.
Wow.
Ask questions, okay?
Simmer down, babe.
So rephrase your question.
What sentence did I say to you with the word zombie in it?
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
She already said she didn't remember verbatim.
Technically, it has been asked and answered, but go ahead and answer.
Oh, Judge.
Again, I don't remember verbatim. That was, 6 years ago?
So it could be possible that it really never came out of my mouth. Is that true?
Okay, I'm going to object again to asked and answered now a third time.
Sustained.
It is argumentative. Like,
Ms. Sharp, who are the three Nephites in the Book of Mormon?
What if you need to turn your volume down a little bit?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
In 3 Nephi 28, the three Nephites, do you know who they are?
She
Off the
testing
top
her?
of my head, no.
You do not know who they are.
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay.
I did.
In the Bible, do you know of John the Revelator?
Yes.
Do you know of John the Revelator being translated?
Relevance?
I don't remember that, but
You don't remember that? What about in the Old Testament, Elijah? Was he translated?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance.
What's the relevance?
I've been accused of being out of the scope of the LDS religion when this is exactly in the scope of the LDS religion.
All right, I guess to the extent you're comparing yourself to these biblical figures, I'll allow it.
related. Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Oh, she does. Okay.
But you don't know that John the Revelator was translated as well?
I can't remember.
And then the three Nephites in the Book of Mormon, they're translated as well?
No, there were 3. You asked me their names. I don't remember their
I
names.
wasn't asking their names. I said, do you know who they are? As in, are you aware of them? I'm sorry. I'll be more specific. Are you aware of the 3 Nephites in the Book of Mormon?
Yes.
That they were translated?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that that isn't uncommon in the Christian belief system to believe in people being translated?
Not the same, but okay.
A little bit different.
A little bit different, but okay.
I don't know if I'm qualified to
Good
answer
answer.
that question for all of Christianity.
Okay. Are you a Christian that believes in the Bible?
Yes.
Object, Your Honor, to relevance.
This isn't Sunday school.
Look at her.
You're in
I'll allow
court.
it briefly, but
Oh,
you can make your point.
hurry up.
Yes, I believe in the Bible. Of course.
And Elijah in the Bible is translated, right?
Yes.
And you believe in that, right?
Yes.
And you're a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is that correct?
Correct.
So that would not be out of the scope of what you believe. That's all I'm asking.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Oh, okay.
Thank
Jeez.
So when we were having this girls' weekend, what else did we do besides one prayer?
I remember going out to lunch, and we went to the temple and we did service projects.
So we had a typical fun girls' weekend
Yes.
with 5 minutes of a prayer.
I don't remember how long that prayer was.
But basically, out of the 72 hours that we got together, 5 minutes of it we spent actually praying.
She just said she don't remember.
Again, I don't remember how long the prayer was, but that was not,
I thought it was
from my
casting.
perspective, the focus or majority of our time spent.
Okay. How long would you say that prayer was? 10 minutes? Longer?
Is it less than 10?
I don't recall.
But a tiny portion
Yes.
of our whole fun weekend, right?
It was a small portion, yes.
Okay.
Tell us more, Lori.
How many communications have you had over the past 5 years with Christina Atwood?
Many.
Like how many?
She's going to say it
Again, I'm
again.
not sure how to estimate that.
More or less than 10?
Daily, weekly, monthly?
Oh, maybe not.
Weekly for sure, sometimes daily.
So would you say over the past 5 years that your relationship has grown with Christina?
Yes.
And are you related now?
To Christina?
Uh-huh.
No, we're not related.
Oh, as in-laws?
No.
Okay, I wondered. I didn't know.
Your Honor,
Okay.
I'm going to ask that the defendant be told not to comment about the questions and testify.
Yes, the jury should disregard that comment after the answer.
Are you still in contact with Zulema Pastenes?
No, I haven't had contact with her in a
Ugh.
while.
Good decision, girl.
Are you in contact with Kay Woodcock?
Who? I'm sorry?
Kay Woodcock?
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Did you
Are
talk
you
to
still
Chad?
in contact with Nicole Earls?
Yes.
How often?
Often. Again.
Weekly or daily?
Weekly, sometimes daily.
Okay. What about Melanie Gibb? Are you still in contact with her?
The JoJo's
No.
face right now.
I run into her
It's zoning out.
occasionally, but
He looks like he's totally spaced off.
Oh, God, this is crazy. Exactly. Where are we going with any of this?
You said also in your testimony earlier that I said that I believe I don't need to repent and you were shocked. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did I say to you exactly?
Verbatim.
Again,
Please
I
and
don't
thank you.
remember verbatim. That was over 6 years ago, but
I should be like, I didn't
something
ask
to the
you that.
effect of you didn't need to repent. Again, I don't know exactly, but or we didn't need to repent, whatever it was. But yes,
I'd love if
what
they
I
could whip
remember.
out a
What
recording.
was the context of that conversation? Like, how would that come up? I'm like,
Right.
how would that come up?
I don't remember what we were talking about or how that subject was brought to the forefront, but it was, I definitely remember that comment.
You remember that coming out of my mouth to you specifically, not from someone else, but from me to you directly.
Yes, and it was, I think, in front of all of us, but I'm not very clear on that. I think it was to all of us from you.
So was I teaching a class that you attended and said something in that regard?
No.
Why would I be the one speaking?
You're in a soapbox.
Sometimes we take turns when we speak.
Speculation as to why the defendant would be speaking.
Sometimes we take turns when we speak. No, it doesn't. Why are you speaking now? Come on, Lori, get it together.
She's writing
You
down
said
like
something
absolutely.
about being uncomfortable on that weekend. Is that correct? With some of the topics?
Yes.
Scared me.
Why didn't you just leave if you were so uncomfortable?
I was uncomfortable with some of the topics, but I was still there with friends and I'd flown across the country, so it was not easy to leave. And I didn't feel like I needed to leave at that point.
But you're a grown woman, right? You have your own mind and ideas.
Yes, of course.
With which she decided to stay.
Disagree so much at the time, but now looking back on it, you disagree?
I don't think that's a fair comment.
Now
No.
that I know you're a murderer. Yeah,
You would
I
also
disagree.
be fair to say that we had a good time at that weekend,
Yes, we did have a good time.
and that now you've changed your mind a little bit.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Change my mind about what?
About what made you uncomfortable.
No, I didn't change my mind.
It was weird then, Lori. It was weird.
You had mentioned something about
I guess have feedback.
This reminds me of Brooks was asking questions of his girlfriend.
Oh, yeah.
Just because she was
Yeah.
under, just to make her feel whatever.
Yeah, she really does not seem to care for this lady.
Mm-mm.
you were
She
interviewed
probably
by
didn't
the
like
police
Red
a
Rock.
couple of times. Am I correct?
Yes,
How many times?
twice.
Who were you interviewed by?
The first time a detective came to my home, his name was Nate Moffat, I think.
Okay. When was that about, approximately?
I want to say spring 2020.
Okay. How long was that interview?
I don't remember.
Like an hour or less, or?
Your Honor, the witness has already answered the question. She doesn't remember.
Can you estimate how long that interview was?
Well, from my memory, I don't remember it well. I thought it was only a few minutes, but
Okay.
I think it was longer than that, perhaps.
Longer than a few minutes?
Yes.
Girl.
About your second interview, who was that with?
That was with 2 detectives from Idaho
And where did that take place?
in the Chandler Police Station.
And how long was that interview?
That one I remember being longer, for sure. Over an hour, perhaps an hour and a half.
And what did you exactly have to contribute to the police for an hour and a half with someone that you have only met 3 times in person in your life?
Objection, speculation.
You're that fucking memorable,
Sustained.
Lori.
Don't flatter yourself.
What were they interested in you telling them?
I'm going to object to speculation.
What kind of question is that?
Sustained.
What did you tell them about me in those interviews?
She was crazy.
Objection overbroad.
Oh,
Foundation.
also calls for hearsay.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Oh, here.
Do you feel like you have something to offer here today in relation to the crime that I'm charged with?
Objection relevance goes to the final opinion.
Sustained.
Ms. Sharp, did you see or hear or personally witness me conspire with my brother or anyone else to murder my husband, Charles Vallow?
No, I did not.
Thank you. No more questions.
Redirect.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Gosh, she's the worst.
I was waiting for a huge sigh.
You were asked a lot about taking an oath. Do you take that seriously?
Yes, I do.
Is everything that you told the jury here today the truth to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my memory and knowledge, yes.
So when you don't remember something, you've been asked to try to guess. You don't remember how long something is, but you're not making up things in here.
I'm trying not to. I'm trying to go for my best memory.
It's been 6 years since you attended these meetings, correct?
Correct.
So you don't remember the number of phone calls that you and Lori had 6 years ago?
No, not at all.
You didn't keep tally marks of them through your days, put them on your nightstand so you could remember it later?
No.
Why aren't you
How about the
obsessed with
text
her?
messages? You tally those up for you so later on you'd be able to remember that you had 50 of them or 100 or whatever it was?
No, definitely not.
Are there things that stand out in your memory that you recall very well?
Yes, there are.
Is one of those the fact that Lori Vallow told you that you didn't need to repent, or that she didn't need to repent?
Yes.
Was another one of them her telling you that her husband was possessed by an evil spirit that she named Ned?
Yes, definitely remember that clearly.
You were asked about whether being translated was something unusual to you.
Is that your dog?
When you are
Oh, yeah, that was
reading the Book of Mormon or the Bible,
Zoe.
are there biblical
Poor Zoe.
figures within those books who are translated beings?
Yes,
Was it not something that you had heard people tell you that they were?
correct.
And
I'd never
that's-
heard that before.
So you read about it
Yes,
by prophets and people like that?
yes.
You were also asked about that girls' weekend, and I believe that the defendant said that you did a prayer. Did you have more than one prayer over the weekend? Did you guys pray together?
I can't remember specifically, but I assume we prayed over the food and we prayed over, there was probably multiple prayers, my guess.
Is that different than when you guys met to cast out the evil spirit of Ned inside of Charles Vallow?
Yes, it felt different.
So you wouldn't equate a prayer as identical to doing a cast out?
Correct. There are different kinds of prayers.
Not the hoogity boogity kind.
You were asked about why you stayed there that weekend. As someone who was a grown woman and strong in your faith, did you in fact question Lori when she talked about not needing to repent?
I don't remember how I responded. I definitely pondered that for a while. I remember talking to others. I can't remember if I spoke specifically with Lori about that at that time.
You were, even though that was something you knew not to be within your faith, you didn't just pack up and run away.
No.
Were there other women there that you were also friends with?
Yes.
People who you're still friends with?
Yes.
6 or 7, I think so.
These women that you are still
2019.
friends with, is anything about your relationship with them changed the fact that you remember Lori saying she didn't want to repent?
I don't think so.
Like you didn't say, hey, Christina, I feel like just making up something to say against Lori. What do you think we should talk about?
No.
You didn't sidle up to Nicole and say, Nicole, let's make up a story about Charles being possessed by Ned. What do you think?
No.
Those are just your memories.
Those are my memories.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions from any member of the jury? If so, please pass those questions forward. I'm not seeing any. All right. You can step down then. Stay control.
Thank you.
I would have so much more to ask if I were on the jury.
I would too.
You'd say they're taking a break.
I think he asked for next witness. I think that's what he said.
Oh, okay.
I
It's
think.
like they're actually having court today.
Right?
I think they had, like 4 hours total yesterday or something?
Yeah, it was short.
It was. I have no idea what's happening because
I think
Nate
she
hasn't
went
put
out.
out any updates.
I think she went out to get the witness.
Oh, Nate hasn't posted an update in like 30 minutes.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Come right up here and be sworn in. Just stand here.
Can you spell your name for the record?
I do. My name is William McDonald, W-I-L-L-I-A-M. McDonald,
I didn't catch his name. Did you guys?
William McDonald. That's what I heard, but that could be wrong. I heard McDonald. Sure.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is William McDonald. I am a retired police officer with the city.
I don't know if that's spelled right, but here we
What are
are.
you currently doing?
I am currently teaching criminal justice at Williams Field High School in Gilbert, Arizona.
High school.
So you told us you previously worked for the Chandler Police Department. How long were you with them?
I was with the Chandler Police Department for approximately 22 years. I'm sorry, 26 years.
Oh, that's a big difference. When did you retire?
I retired in November of 2022.
Okay. Can you tell us what your different jobs were at the Chandler Police Department?
As with all officers with the Chandler Police Department, I started off in patrol. I worked a patrol position for about 18 months, after which I switched over to more of a community services team. I spent 2 years with that team, after which I transferred to detectives and spent the remainder of my career in detectives, working primarily internet crimes against children and digital forensics.
Can you talk to us about specifically your training and education relating to extractions of cell phones?
When it comes to cell phones, I have extensive training in the use of the software that we use to extract that data. I am certified in the use of the Celebrite suite, which is one of the primary tools that we would use to extract data and organize data extracted from the cell phones. I was also trained, although they did not have a certification process, in several other platforms used with cell phones.
Did you ever go to any type of digital evidence examiner courses?
Absolutely. Beginning in 2001, when I began working digital forensics, I attended numerous courses on digital forensics, hundreds of hours worth of training, and I hold several certifications in digital forensics related to computers and, as previously discussed, cell phones.
So by 2019, what were your duties at that time at the Chandler Police Department?
By 2019, my primary duties were to conduct digital forensics examinations on computers and cell phones. I was also responsible for training new members to the computer crimes unit, in addition to assisting with internet crimes against children investigations.
In your role, were you regularly asked then to examine cell phones and try to extract data from them?
Yes, I was.
Can you talk us through, if you are handed a cell phone, what do you do?
Once we received the cell phone, and we would usually be given additional information at the time, usually from the case agent or the investigating detective, such as if there was a search warrant involved or anything like that. We would review the search warrant, make sure we had legal authority to do whatever it was they were asking us to do. We would then obtain the cell phone or whatever item we wanted to examine. My process was to start by taking pictures of the phone or the device prior to removing it from any evidence packaging. Once those pictures were taken, I would remove the cell phone from the packaging, take additional pictures to document condition of the device. Once the pictures were taken, I would attempt to power on the device to make sure that it had been placed in airplane mode, which would prevent any additional changes being made or outside people being able to access the device to make changes while it was in our possession. If it was in airplane mode, I would then attach it to whatever piece of software or hardware we were going to use to copy or extract the information from the phone. Once that process completed, which you would usually create just a single file, which for most of us would be meaningless. It was just a container file. And by a container file, I mean a file similar to, if you think like a box. The container file is the box. Initially, that box is empty, and we can put additional files inside of it. These container files would then be entered into, usually we would use the Celebrite software, as we did in this case. And that software would kind of go through the box and put everything in an organized manner, a manner in which people could read it and make sense of what that information was. We would then create a report, which we would provide to the case agents, and that would pretty much conclude our involvement. We would finalize everything by taking everything that we created, all of our files, all of our reports, notes, pictures, everything, and we would store them on an archive server at the Chandler Police Department.
I was wrong about Kay coming up
Those are
soon.
a couple different words you said and have you explain them for us, all right?
Certainly.
So starting with first extraction, what does that mean?
Simply put, extraction means we're copying the information on the phone to another device, say a thumb drive or another hard drive or something that we have prepared forensically, which means it contains no data.
So when we're talking about extraction from, say, a phone, you're talking about you're copying contact lists and text messages and photos and emails or search histories, anything that we have on our cell phone.
Correct.
Can extraction of a cell phone include GPS or locating data?
It can.
When you have extracted this, you talked about it not being in a format that people can understand. Can you talk to us just a little bit more about that?
So essentially these single files, when we have copied or extracted the information from the cell phone, it creates this single container file where all of the information is in there. That information is in the form of database files, other proprietary type files that without appropriate software or specific software to actually be able to read that information, it would be extremely difficult to piece it back together manually.
And so that's what you said, the Cellbrite software helps to put that in a way that we can read it?
That is correct.
So when you use the Cellbrite system, does that put the data together, like all of the text messages are now together and all of the emails are now together?
Yes, ma'am.
Rather than just being jumbled everywhere, basically.
Correct. It will put text lines together. It will extract date and time information. As you mentioned previously, it can extract GPS and location information. It will extract pictures, and it puts all of those together so that like items are together.
Are you responsible for reviewing or analyzing whatever it is that you extract?
No.
Are you solely responsible for trying to extract the data from a phone, ensuring that that process goes correctly and that it is then parsed into data that lay people can read?
Yes, ma'am. When we extract the data from phones or computers or whatever digital medium we're working with, we follow forensically sound procedures to ensure that that data is not changed at any point along the process.
And so you said you also keep the original data file that you extract in a server so that if anyone wants to look at that, they can do that again?
Correct.
And then the phone itself, does it alter the phone in any way when you do this process? Is it blank after that?
Our process should not change any of the information on the phone. However, with cell phones, because they do need to be on during this process, some system files can change.
So it could add more data to it potentially?
Potentially, yes.
All right, so on July 16th of 2019, did you receive a request from a detective in Clan to examine an Apple iPhone that was impounded as item CH131035? And if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 245.
My paralegal.
Thank you.
By the way, you
Yes,
guys,
this is consistent with the item I received.
Were you
Hold on, I'll tell you now.
provided with a PIN to access that phone?
We were.
Okay, and what was the PIN you were provided to access that phone?
The PIN was 0000.
All right, pretty easy to remember.
Whose phone?
Bring that back.
Whose phone is it?
What day did you begin the extraction process?
I believe, if I recall correctly, it was July 17th.
So the next day.
Charles,
Yes, ma'am.
maybe.
You told us that you first get the phone and you are both documenting it and sort of noting it. I'm going to show you, and if I can have my paralegal approach with exhibits 180 through 185.
I think neither one are allowed to approach because Lori can't. So they're making both sides use their paralegal. By the way, a helicopter crashed in the Hudson
Are you
River
familiar
a
with
couple hours ago.
those photographs?
Fell apart in mid-sky. crash killed 6 people.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, these are consistent with the types of photographs that I would take.
And those related to this review of this cell phone 245.
Yes.
State will move to admit 180 through 185.
Any objection?
No objection.
180 through 185 are admitted.
And if I can have the Elmo, thank you. Why do you take photos of the phone as you're processing it?
Primarily, we take photos of the phone to document condition. I will also take photographs of the item while it is still in the evidence packaging to document how it was packaged and if there are any evidence seals, what the condition of those seals are.
All right. So in this, when we talked about a item number, is that what we were talking about, the CH131035?
Correct.
Okay. That's exhibit 180 and 181. What are we seeing here?
That is a photograph of the front screen of what appears to be an iPhone X, I believe, or XS Max.
So
I'm sorry.
you get this phone, and I put 182. It's turned off initially when you get it.
In this case, this particular phone was powered on when I received it.
Okay, but the screen was blank, but still it was powered on.
Correct.
Was it in airplane mode, and why does that matter?
Yes, it was in airplane mode, and you can see that from looking at the upper right-hand corner of the phone screen where it's got the little airplane icon. And this is important because while a phone is in airplane mode, it will prevent outside sources from connecting in and prevent the phone from connecting to the cellular network or to any wireless networks, which will help secure the data that's on the phone to prevent any changes or from anybody from the outside accessing the device.
Do you check when you get a phone like this to see if there's a SIM card in there?
I do.
What is a SIM card?
A SIM card is a subscriber, it's short for subscriber identity module, and it's basically a little card that's inside the phone that holds certain subscriber information. It can hold contact lists. It can actually hold a great deal of miscellaneous information. We always check for the SIM card as a means to make sure that this phone is actually able to connect to a cellular network.
Did you see one here?
I did.
And then do you also check to see if there's enough battery power?
Absolutely.
What do you do if there's not?
If we receive a phone that is either powered, has low power, or is actually the battery is completely dead, we will connect it to a power source to power, to recharge the battery. The processes that we do required the phone to be able to be powered on, so we needed a, charged battery.
All right, so in 183, you are able to get to where you would normally put in a passcode. Do you sometimes not have passcodes?
Absolutely.
Is it easier when you do?
Much easier.
So did you try the 000 here?
We did.
0, I think I left one out. Were you able to get into the phone?
We were.
184, why do you take a photo of that?
We're just documenting what is visible on the screens, what icons, what applications are installed on the phone.
So you're seeing that there have been phone calls that have been missed and mail that's
Correct.
going on. And then 185, what is the relevance of this? What does this tell us?
That is simply information on the phone itself. What you are looking at, if it were able to connect to a network, you would see the network information there. This is obviously a phone that was associated with the Verizon cellular network. The IMEI and the ICCID and MEID are identifiers for the cellular networks, the network, the carrier, and all of that.
Okay. And so that is able to be confirmed when you look at the phone itself, 245?
Correct.
So in this case, after you got this powered up, what'd you do and took those photographs, documenting what you're doing, what'd you do?
Once we had taken the photographs, we'd ensured everything, the phone was in airplane mode. In this particular case, I used a device called a gray key device. I attached the phone to this gray key device and configured it to conduct what is called a full file system extraction of the iPhone. A full file system extraction is pretty much the best copy that we can make. It copies all the data off the phone, including anything in deleted space, any user files, any system files. It pretty much copies everything that's on the phone for us to examine later.
Okay. Now, does technology continue to improve in our world?
All the time.
So you did this in 2019, right?
Correct.
So whatever the newer technology is not the same as what it may have been back then.
That would be fair to say, yes.
In terms of technology, have you seen changes in Gray Key and Celebrite over the years that you were using it?
I did.
And as each new version came out, did that ever cause you to find that data was wrongly recovered, or just that there was more data recovered?
In my experience, I never observed that changes in the software, updates to the software, would result in previously found data being changed or omitted or deleted or anything like that. What we would find is it would change the format and how that information was presented. On occasion, as things really did change and bigger versions came out, sometimes it would have the capability to acquire additional information that maybe it could not acquire prior.
Or maybe it was better at finding deleted items or parsing things.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall about how long that process took to use the Gray Key to extract that full file system?
As I recall, it was approximately 1 hour.
So after you use the Gray Key, is that where sort of everything's jumbled in a box?
Correct. That's the Gray Key created that single container file with everything from the phone inside of it.
So did you use something else at that point to allow detectives and other people to be able to access and look for specific things?
I did. Once we have that single container file, I took that file and I opened it up in a program called Celebrite Physical Analyzer. That physical analyzer software is what went through that container file and put everything in a more readable format for detectives or whoever else needed to view the contents of the phone.
So that then allowed detectives or others to go into this new report that allowed you to look at a section that had just photos or a section that just had emails.
Correct.
After you used that Celebrite to parse out all that data into these different sections, did you conduct any research on that phone? Or
I did not.
did you look through any of that Celebrite report?
I did not.
Did you analyze or review any of the data?
I did not.
Did you provide the detectives who then had been working on the case with that to review themselves?
What we would do, since the Celebrite Physical Analyzer software was very expensive and actually required a key in order to use, the Celebrite software allowed us to create what we referred to as a reader file, which is a file that they can open in a program called Celebrite Reader, happily enough, and that would allow them to review the data in a free software platform.
So as long as you had the reader, you could then go through all the data that the Celebrite had parsed into these readable formats.
Correct.
Sections.
Anything that was included in when I imported the file or uploaded the file into the Physical Analyzer software, any information that was in the Physical Analyzer software was copied and included in the reader file.
Did that end your involvement with Exhibit 245, that phone?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Did that end your involvement with Exhibit 245, that iPhone?
Aside from making sure that any files that we created, any pictures that were taken were securely stored, it did.
All right, thank you. I have no other questions.
Cross?
Questions, Your Honor?
I'm sorry, did you say no questions?
No questions.
All right. Any questions from any member of the jury? I see at least one. Okay.
Forgot I was on mute like a dum-dum. Jury question. Oh my gosh. So if you guys didn't see, the helicopter that just crashed in the Hudson River was carrying a pilot, 2 adults, and 3 children who were family members from Spain. They were on like a helicopter tour. I guess the propeller and the tail and the propeller separated from the helicopter in air. Yeah. And then they fell upside down into the water.
What is going on with all the flying objects?
I don't know. I did see a comment. I don't know how true it is, but I did see a comment that said that that place actually just got that helicopter in January. Like it was refurbished and just got it in January. I don't know how the true is. You know how when news breaks.
If someone were to delete their browser history, can you still pull the history?
On occasion. Browser history and any internet data like that, especially on cell phones, over time, if it's been deleted, it can be overwritten. However, if it is more recent, and sometimes by recent, we are actually talking within the last year or so, that information, regardless of it being deleted, can be recovered by the software.
Follow up from the defense.
That's a good question.
No.
State?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
Oh, no break.
Back.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. For some reason, East Idaho News has stopped updating since like 1:53 their time. They haven't updated anything in like over an hour.
Nate Eaton's going, but
right? What's happened? Did he fall through a portal? You think Lori thinks all these people in court are zombies?
probably.
I do.
Lizard.
Marissa Francisco.
All right, ma'am, you're going to come right up, stand right in front of the wall here, right here.
Please spell your name for the record.
Yes, Marissa Francisco, M-A-R-R-I-S-A, last name
Francisco.
C-I-S.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, you're going to walk around the court reporter. Have a seat just to my left here.
Ha! Heard it that time. 2 R's. Francisco is one of those words that I know how to spell it, but every time I type it, I type it wrong every time.
My name is Marissa Francisco, and I am a forensic scientist with the City of Chandler in the Forensic Services section.
Way to talk in that, my girl.
How long have you worked there?
I have worked there since August of 2018. Previous to that, I was employed at the Arizona Department of Public Safety, and I started there in 2004.
So let's kind of go back. What did you do at the Department of Public Safety, DPS?
I started my career in the blood alcohol unit. So my duty there was to test blood
they extracted
for the presence of
phones.
alcohol. I was in that unit for about 7 years. After that, I transferred to the trace evidence unit, where I was trained to do hair comparisons and fiber comparisons. After that, about 2016, 2017, I started training in the latent print unit. In August 2018, I completed my training at the City of Chandler and have been doing latent print analysis primarily at the City of Chandler.
Can you tell us the training and your education to be a latent print analyst?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry from the University of California at Los Angeles and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of Illinois at Chicago. As part of my training for latent prints, it was an extensive 1.5 year long program where there was readings, lectures, comparison exercises, oral boards, and a competency test. I also have to conduct and complete a proficiency test on latent print comparisons on an annual basis. I am also a certified latent print examiner. In order to obtain the certification, I had to complete over 160 hours of certified training and pass a comprehensive exam.
Thank you.
Please stand by. Nate. Is this his feed? East Idaho News?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Not twittering, and it's his feed.
Oh, let me see what I can. Let me check. I'll put us all up on here for right now. Oh, never mind. It's back.
Hi, behind.
Heard us.
Where else where do we find latent prints on people?
Yes, let me start with defining what friction ridge skin is. Friction ridge skin are raised ridges on the palms of our hands and the soles of our feet. They are specialized and only located in those two areas.
That was definitely their feed because I kept seeing a mouse.
And other residues
and I was like,
on
that's
our
not
hands.
mine.
And when we touch an item, we can leave an impression of our friction ridge detail on that item.
Is that what most of us call latent prints, or I left a print behind?
Yes, fingerprints.
You started to talk about oils and things. Do people always leave behind a print if they touch an object?
It actually depends on a lot of different things. First off, the amount of oils and residues on our hands will determine whether an impression is left. Also, the deposition pressure, meaning are we gently tapping on something or are we like really pushing down on it? That will affect whether an impression is left and the quality of that print. The item itself is very important. Is it something that is receptive to prints? Items that are smooth, like glass, I am more likely to find a print on an item like that versus something that is textured and rough, like a cinder block. I would not expect to find a latent print on a cinder block. The condition of the item.
Noted. Just kidding.
Is also important. How many people may have come in contact with that item. All these different things affect whether an impression is left and the quality of that impression. We can very simply think of a stamp, our fingers being the stamps, the oils being the ink, and depending on how the stamp is placed on different items will determine how that impression looks.
Can environment also impact the quality of or whether or not a print remains?
Yes, the environment is also important. After a print is left, is it left out to the conditions of rain or does it get wet? Is there a dust storm? Is it in an area that it has high traffic? Like if a fingerprint is left on a door to a convenience store and 100 people go through there that day, impressions are left, but if I lift those prints, I might not be able to identify them because there are so many prints on top of each other.
And so that goes to the next thing. So are prints something that once you make it, it's permanent and there forever?
It is there until it is disturbed, so it can be there forever.
Can we wipe them away?
Yes.
Can they be smudged away?
They can, yes.
So can someone rubbing an object, like a smooth object, get rid of that?
Yes.
Are there different ways or different processes that you use to obtain latent prints or friction ridge detail off of an object?
Yes, there are. First off, I want to define what a non-porous item is. A non-porous item is an item where water or air cannot pass through it. So when I first receive an item, I determine whether it is porous or non-porous because depending on that, I will use different processing techniques.
So for a non-porous item, what processes do you use
Hello
to try to
again,
find
Emily.
friction-rich detail?
Yes. On non-porous items, the main processing technique that I use is called cyanoacrylate fuming, more commonly known as super glue fuming. So items are exposed to super glue fume, and the fumes react to any oils and sweat in the latent print, creating a white visible print that is not readily destroyed.
So you've looked at the non-porous item. You don't see any prints on. Do you look visually first?
Yes, sorry. The very first thing we do is I look at the request sheet and see what items are needing to be tested in that case. And also I look to see what the requesting officer wants done with the case. Sometimes they are requesting that the item be swabbed for DNA. If an item is requested to be swabbed for DNA, I have to use clean techniques to help reduce and limit contamination. So clean techniques are when I bleach down all surfaces with bleach. I lay down a clean butcher paper. I use sterile equipment. I'm only analyzing and working with one item at a time, and I'm changing gloves between items to help prevent contamination. So if a request sheet requests DNA evidence, I will have to use clean techniques before I swab the item for DNA. After that, I will do a visual examination of the item before any processing techniques are conducted. I will take a flashlight and look at the item to see if I can see any latent prints with a flashlight. If I can see a visible print at this point, depending on the quality of that print, I will take a picture or lift that latent before I move on to any processes. So after each processing technique, I will have to document what I find with either photography, scanning on a scanner, or lifting with powder.
So you talked about photographing these latent prints. How do you do that? Like how do you take a photograph of that to ensure it's the right size or shape or whatever, so you can later use it for a comparison?
Yes, I have training and experience in taking photographs. So in the photograph, I have to have a scale in it. So I have a scale with the case number, and I am just trained to properly use the lighting I need, adjust the lighting, focus it correctly, have it level with the lens of the camera, and I take a picture and document where on the item the photograph was taken.
Okay. So how do you just told us you document where on the item the picture was taken. How do you do that so that you can later go back and say it's in the middle of a mirror or whatever it might be?
Yes, I try to be as clear and concise as possible, because like I said, I have to take a picture after every single step. So I have to take a picture if there is any latent print at the visible step. And then if I go on to doing the super glue fuming, I have to take a picture of that same latent. If I go on to another process called dye staining, which we apply our fluorescent dye to even better visualize the image, I have to take that same latent again. So it helps me out to be able to go to find that latent. So I try to be specific on where that latent was found.
Do you, when you are processing a non-porous item and you find what I'll call a partial print or something that looks like friction-rich detail, do you collect it, or do you say right then and there, I don't think that would be useful?
Yes. So when I am examining an item, at that stage, my conclusions are either no latents observed, meaning I didn't see any friction ridge detail at all, no value latents, meaning I did see some friction ridge detail, but I don't believe that I can do anything or compare them at a later point, or latents for analysis. So if I find sufficient, clear, latent print detail, I will take a picture of it. If I'm not sure, I go ahead and take a picture of it, because at this point, I am not really determining whether the print is identifiable. I am just saying that I'm taking this picture and I want to do further analysis on it at a later point.
So then for the analysis, are you then, if you process an item and you recover any latent prints that may be useful or which are you later asked to ever compare those recovered prints to known prints?
Yes.
What do we mean by a known print?
Yes. So a known print is known fingerprints that are collected from an individual. They're typically recorded electronically or with ink. So in my comparisons, I am always comparing a latent impression that was recovered or developed versus a exemplar, and I'm trying to determine whether or not the latent could have originated from that exemplar, or whether or not those two impressions could have been made by the same individual.
Can you tell us briefly, when you are looking at this recovered latent print and comparing it to a known?
No, she didn't,
What
Angie.
are you looking for to be able to make an identification?
I will explain what methodology we use for latent print comparisons. It is called ACE-V, which stands for Analysis, Comparison, Evaluation, and Verification. So in the analysis phase, I'm taking an assessment of the latent and the exemplar and determining whether or not they are suitable for comparison. If I determine they are suitable for comparison, I move on to the comparison phase. This is when I'm observing two impressions and I'm looking for the existence of similarities, differences, or discrepancies. Next is the evaluation phase. At this point, I am rendering a conclusion based on my analysis and comparison. The three different conclusions that can be reached are identification, exclusion, and inconclusive. So identification is the determination that the two impressions originated from the same person. Exclusion is the determination that the two impressions, the latent and the known, were not created by the same individual, or they do not have the same source. Lastly, I have a conclusion of inconclusive, and this is where I can neither identify nor exclude the individual from having made the print. So going back to analysis, during the analysis phase, I am looking at a lot of different things. First off, I'm trying to determine, is the print from a finger or is it from part of the palm? And also I'm determining the orientation of the print. If it's from the palm, I can also, depending on the ridge flow in the latent print, I can determine what area of the palm it came from. I'm looking at the shape of the impression. Like sometimes you have like a C-shaped impression, and that's this part of the palm. So this is called the writer's palm, and that's where I would look first when I'm doing a comparison. So besides that, I am looking at level 1, level 2, and level 3 detail. Level 1 detail is the actual flow or pattern of the ridges. Our fingers have 3 main patterns, which are loops, whorls, and arches. Next, I'm looking at second level detail. I'm looking at the ridge characteristics. So I'm looking at where the ridges end, which we call ridge endings. I'm examining where ridges split into two ridges, which are called bifurcations. And I'm marking any dots, which are very short ridges. So I'm examining the latent and I'm marking up all these second level details so that I can later compare to the exemplar. I'm also noting if there's any scars present in the latent. I'm noting if there's some creases or if there are issues.
Hi, Angie.
With
Thanks for
the
popping
deposition
in. Appreciate you.
pressure,
Thanks for having.
Yes,
if
thank
there's
you.
seems to be some movement in the latent. I'm documenting all of that stuff in the analysis phase of my analysis.
Oh, these stupid dogs.
Do you want me to leave that with her? Okay.
Oh no. What happened? You're muted, Annie. What happened? Where'd we go? You're muted, babes.
I know. So I said, I know you walked away and this happened.
Did they just call a break or?
I didn't think so. I didn't. Well, I'll go back. Hold on.
I was going to say, I can just rewind it for a second.
I have it pulled up.
I got it.
I didn't hear. I was being trolled by my very first troll in the chat.
Who, Bells?
Yeah.
Oh. So they're not Satan.
Yeah, I didn't.
Oh, she's handing her the bat. So.
And then let's see what Mr. Nate has to say. Mr. Eaton.
No, it just cuts the feed. It doesn't.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, he's got a 21-minute break in between his last updates. 20, I should say, maybe 20-minute break.
Well, yeah, but he doesn't have a break happening at this time, though.
No, he
She's
doesn't.
just now getting the bat, which is
Earlier, way earlier.
at 2:48. So. That's cool. Don't know what that's about. Is it Bells? Did you do the spells? The trolling? I think you did. Let me see if I can find something else just in case. Maybe it's happening everywhere. I'm getting quicker, kind of. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Okay, it's definitely East Idaho. That's the problem.
Okay.
Let me see.
Oh. I won't say who the next witness is.
Hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to rewind to where she gives her the bat, okay?
The only trolls I have are my cats.
Okay, so it's before this. All right, we're just going to go here. It's the best we're going to get, you guys.
I know that.
Lastly, I have a conclusion of inconclusive, and this is where I can neither identify
But we get subtitles,
nor
so
exclude the individual from having made the print. So going back to analysis, during the analysis phase, I am looking at a lot of different things. First off, I'm trying to determine,
don't
is the
need that.
print from a finger or is it from part of the palm? And also I'm determining the orientation of the print. If it's from the palm, I can also, depending on the ridge flow in the latent print, I can determine what area of the palm it came from. I'm looking at the shape of the
There we go.
impression.
Look at what we did.
Like sometimes you have like a C-shaped impression, and that's this part of the palm. So this is called the writer's palm, and that's where I would look first when I'm doing a comparison.
Did we already watch this, guys?
So
I think we did.
Besides that, I am looking at level 1, level 2, and level 3 detail. Level 1 detail is the actual.
Guys,
there we go.
Exhibit 249 as an item that you were provided and asked to process to see if you could recover any latent prints or friction ridge detail.
I know. Look at us learning all the things.
It's a little awkward.
Yes, I do recognize this item.
And were you provided with that Exhibit 249, that bat, and asked to try to recover any latent prints from that bat?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us in this Exhibit 249, what did you do to attempt to recover any, and did you recover any latent prints?
Yes, on the request, it was also requested that I process the item with clean techniques, because it was also requested that I swab the item for DNA. So I already went through that process and explained that. So I used clean techniques to process this item. And the very first thing I did when I opened up the packaging was I swabbed the textured grip for potential DNA. The reason I swabbed the grip first is because of the texture on that grip, I would not expect to find latent prints on the grip. So I didn't feel that I was potentially ruining any prints, because I don't feel that there would be fingerprints on that textured grip. So that was the very first thing I did. And then I did a visual examination of the bat with a flashlight to see if there were any visible prints at that point. And I don't believe there were, but I would have to check my notes.
But looking at your notes, help refresh your recollection as to whether or not you did find anything there.
Yes.
Do you have your notes up with you?
Yes.
If you want to take a look at those and then let us know when you're done if that has refreshed your recollection. That refresh.
Yes. So at the visible stage, my conclusion was that there were no latents observed at the visual stage.
I'm going to put Exhibit 35 up here just so that we can all kind of see what we're talking about. So the gripped part here is what you were talking about, that you swabbed because you did not believe that prints would be recoverable on that texture that was on bat?
Correct.
Okay. So then you visually look, you don't observe any latent prints or friction ridge detail?
Correct.
What did you do next?
I then used a processing technique of superglue fuming.
And when you used that process, did you locate or recover any latent prints or friction ridge detail?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us how many and where?
Yes, I recovered 2 impressions that I took pictures of, and I would have to look at my notes to refresh where they were collected from.
If looking at your notes would help refresh as to where you located those, please do so, and then let us know when you've been refreshed.
You guys, I'm so excited for after this lady is done.
Things continuously changing. You know, they might be doing they might be doing 3 basins on one block, and one of the basins they need to wait for the water line to get. So even though 2 of those basins.
Do you guys hear? Do you hear Ella feet?
Where did you?
Oh God!
They could start
The
working.
first one was recovered in the W of the Rawlings that was above the diameter. I think Rawlings is also on the other side. So that's why I stated that it was the one that was right above where the diameter is. And the second one was recovered in between the G and the diameter.
Now, you told us that what you are recovering isn't always look like a finger, right? When you were recovering these latent prints, were you able to tell by just recovering them if it was a finger or, like you told us, a palm? When you looked at it, were you able to immediately identify where they came from?
They appear to be fingerprints.
Was there anything about the shape or I guess the shape of them that made you think that they were fingerprints?
The first image, it was just the shape of the impression just indicated to me that it was a fingerprint. The size of it indicated to me that it was a fingerprint.
Was the other one, the second print, slightly, I guess, not as clear on whether or not it was a fingerprint or potentially from some other area?
Correct.
Were you asked to then compare those two? Well, let me ask you, when you obtained these two, you told us there were 3 different levels. Obviously, you collected something. Did you
And
believe
your
that
mama
you were
learning
able
things.
to make identifications, or what did you determine about the clarity, the detail of those 2 recovered prints?
For both impressions, in my analysis, I determined that both impressions were NVID, which stands for no value for identification. This means that the latents lack sufficient clarity, quantity, and or uniqueness to identify, but may be suitable for exclusion. So the impressions were possibly excludable, but I would not be able to identify who made those impressions.
I too saw Lady in Gray. I'm gonna switch back. They're gonna take a break.
To 3 individuals.
And then I'll switch back to.
Yes, I was
it.
first asked to compare the 2 impressions to 3 individuals.
And who are those 3 individuals?
Could I look at my notes, please?
Yes, if that would help refresh your recollection.
Are you eating all my gummy bears? The 3-pound bag of gummy bears.
I'll check away your gummy.
You got me yesterday.
Yes. I
Fly out
was
for gummy
initially
bears.
asked to compare the 3 impressions to a Charles Vallow, a Lori Vallow, and an Alexander Cox.
So you told us, though, they were of no value for identification. So did that sort of end that request?
Yes. So when there is only prints that are determined to be no value for identification, we routinely do not compare those prints, but we say, if you still want us to compare it to anyone, please let us know. But initially, we are not going to try to compare NVID prints to any individual because they cannot be identified.
So did you then, were you then requested to see if you could make any exclusions?
I was then requested to compare the 2 impressions to Charles Vallow to see if I can determine whether the 2 impressions did not originate from Charles Vallow.
Starting with the first impression that you found above the W, but the other side of the bat from what we see in 35 here, where there's a diameter marking. Were you able to reach any conclusions in looking at the prints from Charles Vallow and that recovered print?
Again, I went through the ACE-V process, and during the comparison phase and evaluation phase, I determined that the first latent was inconclusive to Charles Vallow, meaning that I could neither identify nor exclude him from having made the impression.
Could have just
So
like
does
got
this
to that
mean there's
earlier, but
not
okay.
enough in that print to do anything with?
Correct. So it lacks sufficient agreement in the detail to identify, and it lacks sufficient disagreement in the impressions to exclude.
Mm.
And is
Kelly,
that
though, it's
common
about
when
to
you
get
have a
probably, well,
latent print that just
the next
doesn't
one is
seem
the
to have
second
the level of detail just necessary for that?
Yes, that is a common conclusion.
So you're not saying it's Charles, you're not saying it's not Charles, you just can't do anything with it.
I could neither identify or exclude Charles Vallow.
So for the second print, did you also attempt to compare that to latent prints from Charles Vallow?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to reach any conclusions as to that?
Yes, my conclusion was that the latent was inconclusive to Charles Vallow due to lack of detail in the latent and exemplar.
Were you ever asked to try to exclude Alex Cox as having made those latent prints?
No, after I initially did not compare the latents to the 3 individuals on the named comparison, I was only asked to compare the 2 impressions to Charles Vallow.
So you also weren't asked to try to exclude or secondary compare to a Lori Vallow?
No, I was not.
We won't
Were
tell
you ever
Kelly.
asked to compare
Secret
to Penny
TP.
Bryan?
No, I was not.
Did that sort of end your processing and comparisons of this fact?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Oh, that was a long time to say that we don't know if Charles touched the bed or not. Cool.
You said earlier that the DNA that you collected, was that ever tested?
I don't know.
Is it sent somewhere else?
Correct. So
Okay.
the city of Chandler does not have the capability to test for DNA. Anytime we swab for DNA, we send it to the state lab for analysis.
So you swabbed it and sent it to the lab, and that was the last you heard of it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any, so you can step down, ma'am. I think this is a good time to take our afternoon recess. We'll be at recess for 15 minutes.
All right.
Please remember the admonition.
Let me put us back on East Idaho because I like them more anyway. And I like to support them. Okay. They are still on break. Annie, I need you to hold down the fort for 2 minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes. I'm making you big. Ooh, too big. You're too big. There we go. Nobody wants to see us that close. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Just gonna.
Well, hi, y'all. I'll put some electrolytes in here. And I didn't stir it enough or shake it enough. This was like a mouthful of salt. Hey, Calliope. Anyway, allegedly I'm working. I can't click on. It's Amy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Wow, you have good timing. Llama left me alone to my own devices, so we were about to get banned.
Yeah, that's not good. Well,
Unsafe territory.
I rushed home as soon as I could leave.
The phone call I took earlier, if anyone saw, was Amy calling.
It was.
She was trying to see if we needed any help, but Llama figured it out because she's Llama. Good.
So everything is.
I come back and there's an Amos. Hi. Hi. Sorry, I had to go do something just real quick.
I have ponytail hair tonight.
Ooh.
Just because it was a hot mess today at work.
Look at you in your cute work outfit, though. Wearing some animal print.
It has
Ooh,
slits in
and
the shoulder.
some shoulders. Ooh, girl, contain yourself.
Again.
Oh my goodness.
Your shoulders.
I'm
Oh my
even wearing
goodness.
earrings. Like, I don't ever wear earrings.
I love that for you. I don't wear earrings a lot either. I have very sensitive ears, so I'll forget, put them in, and
You're
then my
just
ears
so
turn all red. And
sensitive. You're just so sensitive.
I am. I'm a sensitive.
Your hair does look great.
Thank you. It's like way less wavy and curly now than it was at.
I curled my hair today too, but you can't tell.
Oh, with your new one? Your new-
Yes. And it was super cute. And then I sweated.
Well, yeah.
And that ruined it all.
If anybody has any good tips for keeping the curls tight, you let me know. Because I'll start sleeping. I'll start sleeping with a ponytail, which I do not do because I'm very Princess in the Pea. I'm a princess for sure. But I was like, oh my gosh. I took a picture. I'm not going to share it with everybody on YouTube, but maybe I'll put it in Discord later. Oh.
Sorry, I'm just, there's something over me. Not that I'm really complaining. I just.
Oh, the little Courtyard logo. So do you guys want to know who the next guest?
It's got to be Kay.
It is
Yeah,
Kay. The next witness is Kay Woodcock, you guys.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get to Lori Cross today. Oh, nice. I get a big bag of Kroger gummy bears. Oh, you can't. That just. Oh, because they're green. I can't show you the bag because it's green. Maybe, what if I hold it in front of my face? There we go.
I also
Kroger
got
gummy-
these.
Ooh, nice.
Why
They
were you
come in
eating
different-
candy right now?
They come in different flavors.
I
too.
got snacks for later. That's all.
What is my favorite chocolate that isn't mint chocolate chip or like mint?
What is it, Annie? Is it cherry chocolate?
Yeah, what is it you got?
No, it's pomegranate.
That kind of looks
Like-
really good.
like-
In the chocolate?
Mm-hmm.
No,
Oh.
no, Llama, it's on it, not in it.
Bells has a whole cake. Yeah, I'm not judging you. That's awesome. You get that cake, girl. Lori will get to fume all weekend. Oh, yes. I love that for us.
Yeah, are they going to get to cross with Kay?
I don't think so because they end at 8 o'clock our time. So the break should come back in like 5 minutes because Nate said they went to break at 3:15, which means 6:45 our time. They should be back. So a couple minutes. And then they only go till like 8 o'clock. And then Monday and Tuesday, they'll be starting at, including the 30 minutes plus, they'll be starting at 1:30 our time, Eastern time.
Okay.
So a little bit earlier than, but only Monday and Tuesday.
Why is my freaking camera so?
You
Ooh,
better
Lady in
not.
Gray has Oreos. It's a sweet tooth today. I don't know why. I've been feeling the sweet tooth for sure. Why don't you tell me I had something on like this? Do I have something on side? I don't know. I'm tired.
I don't like this. I have a tight. You know, I've got the look that we don't like
The
going
look.
on.
Pull back super tight.
Right?
No, you don't look. You don't look that way. You're fine. You are fine. The fact that your hair is great enough. Oh darn, you have to be at your parents' Monday night for supper. Well, you could be part of the replay crew for the last bit. I imagine. Do you think Kay will be all day Monday?
I don't
I
know.
thought I heard something about them not doing Monday or Tuesday.
No, they're doing Monday and Tuesday starting at 10, special days.
Yeah.
Karen Reed is not starting until Tuesday.
Oh, okay, that makes
So they're
sense.
off Monday, but we're not
Ma'am,
for.
can you guys hear her?
No.
Oh, good. She's trying
Thank
to
you,
get
dolls.
attention.
But meh. Look at the gray hair, man. You could really see it.
I love
in the
it.
ponytail.
Some people call that blonde.
Who calls it that?
Like delusional Larry or Lori?
Yeah, it's just super ashy blonde. Okay,
Super
you don't have
ashy?
to call it.
Oh, okay. I could just go for this look.
She does look so pretty.
How about this look?
Your Officer Bullet look.
Yeah, that's what we'll call it.
Oh my goodness.
Hey.
I'm so
Excuse
glad you both are here. Before Angie came on, it was just me. It wasn't too bad, but it's so weird. Huh?
All you have to do is sit there and look pretty.
That's what you think. I don't know. No, it was fine.
No, she talks and entertains people, much like she does for us all day.
I do, except the conversations are usually a little bit.
Oh, I was
all
talking
over
to you
the
guys
place.
today through this trial. You just couldn't hear me.
Oh,
was
were
saying
you?
all the things at my desk.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
Come sit
Ugh.
here like a good cat. Come on. You don't have to be destructive to get
See,
attention.
Amy looks lovely. Everybody thinks she looked great.
Ugh.
See?
She does look lovely.
See?
Fidgeting and
Does-
all.
Oh, I meant to bring this up on the screen.
I've got
It should kick back any minute.
my school teacher hairdo going.
Your school teacher hair? We don't need to know about your role play, Amos.
No, that's where Officer Bullet comes in.
Oh. There you have it, folks. There you have it.
I do have the Courtyard to thank that for my marriage. That little role play thing.
Oh, you're welcome. Join the Courtyard so you can join one of our murder mystery parties. That'll happen sometime. Maybe like towards the end of May.
Ooh, that's too much.
Hi. If you want attention, come here.
They always want attention.
Calliope.
Oh, we got some movement.
Yes, we do.
Oh, I guess I could look to see exactly when they came.
Is baby moving?
Oh, they come back at
that
3:15.
baby.
What? I'm sorry. Oh, is that Calliope?
Yes.
Yeah. Does she get jealous because Nana or Nanny?
I'm live.
Nani. Oh my goodness. Words. Nani became a
Because
celebrity
Nani
yesterday.
was.
I can't see.
Yes, because Nani was a good cat.
Thanks, son.
Hmm.
Oh, hey. Thank you for this morning. Here.
I love you.
You're so
Aw.
cute. I love you. I was in a hurry.
Gross. Get a robe.
Hey, that's my son. Thank you very much.
Well, still. I'm just kidding. I need some of those.
He
jelly
saved
beans,
me this
man.
morning because I went to go out to my car and I had a practically flat tire. So he came
Ooh.
out and helped me get air in my tire so I could go into work. So
Did you get any snow last night?
we got a little bit. It was a dusting.
Somebody's echoing. I think it's you, Amy.
It's not me, case. It's not
Oh,
me
okay.
this time.
Oh, okay. Because I was checking the weather and it was like rain across us, but then there was like this growing blue in the middle of rain in your neck of the woods. I was like, that's so weird.
We won't see snow again for another 2 years down here.
Never say never.
That's true. Louisiana got a freaking blizzard this year, a real one. Nope. Why?
All right, please be seated. We're on the record. The jury is present. State call its next witness.
Let's go.
All right, ma'am.
She does look like Angela.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, go and have a seat to my left.
Go, Kay, go. We're rooting for you, girl.
Stay strong, Kay. You can do this.
Is that Kobe? I don't know. I didn't
Could you
see.
please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kay Woodcock.
Look, she's got the white right there,
Charles
too.
Vallow's younger sister.
Stylish.
How old are you?
How old am I today?
Today.
64.
And are
Aw.
you married?
Yes.
Where do you currently live?
Lake Charles, Louisiana.
I
She
wanna
looks
talk
good.
to you about your siblings. You told us that you are Charles's sister. How many siblings were there in your family?
6.
And where did Charles fall into that?
He was number 3.
Who are the other siblings?
My oldest sister, Terry, then my next sister, Susan, then Charles, then Jerry, then me, then Bobby.
And where did you guys grow up?
We're in Lake Charles.
Were you close with your brother?
Yes, I was.
Did you know his wife, Lori Vallow?
Yes, I do.
Can you point her out in the courtroom and tell us what she's wearing?
She's the defendant over there in the black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
We got you, Bells.
I want to talk to you sort of about Lori and Charles. Were you at their wedding?
No,
Sorry,
they
Bells.
went to Las Vegas.
I didn't think that through.
Do you recall what year they got married?
2006.
Did they have a reception that?
I don't know if that's what you'd call it, but there was a family gathering in March of 2006 at a ranch in near Austin, Texas, that we all went to.
Okay, kind of to celebrate that.
Yes.
Had your brother Charles been married before?
Yes.
Did he have any children from his prior marriage?
Yes.
How many?
2.
And who were they?
Cole Vallow and Zach Vallow.
And did you know if Lori had any children from a prior marriage?
Yes. Zach, Colby Ryan and Tylee Ryan.
When Lori and Charles got married, did Charles's 2 sons live with them?
Live with Charles and Lori?
Yeah.
No.
Did they stay with their mother?
Yes, they did. They visited, but they never lived there.
Where were they? Was that in Arizona or still in Texas?
In Austin.
I want to ask you sort of some of the ages of the children involved. In July of 2019, was Tylee still a minor?
Yes.
So she was still living with them.
Yes.
In July of 29, do you know if Colby was still a minor?
Yes. Oh, wait, no, Colby was not.
He was an adult at
He
that
was an adult.
And in July of 2019, were Charles's 2 sons, Cole and Zach, still minors or adults?
They were adults.
Okay. Did Charles and Lori have any children together?
They adopted my grandson, JJ.
And
Ugh.
I
can you
guess.
tell us how that worked out?
How that worked out,
Or
meaning
how did they get involved in adopting your grandchild?
Charles approached me about it one day. He called, and I mean, there was a lot of stuff going on, and so I kept it in mind.
And do you recall when did they adopt JJ?
It was final in July of 2014.
How old was he then?
He was 2.
Did JJ have any special needs?
Yes, he was autistic, and he was born 10 weeks premature.
Okay. So he took a little extra care.
He did, absolutely.
Do you recall, so if he was 2 and they adopted him, how old was he in July of 2019?
He was 7. We spent his 7th birthday together in Lake Charles.
So in July of 2019, to your knowledge, Lori and Charles still had 2 children under the age of 18 with them, Tylee and JJ?
Yes.
So if in July of 2019, Lori Vallow was saying she had 5 kids she was taking care of, you were unaware of the other 3?
There were not 5 there, no. There were 2.
Can you tell us about the relationship between Charles and JJ?
Matter of fact,
Charles was the best dad. I mean, he was always doting on him. The arrangement I figured out eventually was that if Charles was working out of town, Lori had him all by herself. And so when Charles got back to town, JJ was his to take care of 100%.
Would Charles bring JJ to visit your side of the family in Louisiana?
Oh, yes.
Did you regularly see him?
Yes. Once JJ learned how to fly, and excuse me, I'm in the water. Once JJ learned how to fly, and that he was, because he was autistic, something like that is a big deal for him, and he loved it. So he was a little flyer. He loved to go in the airplane.
What did your brother Charles do for a living?
He sold annuities. He was a financial planner.
And how long did you know him to do that?
If I had to guess, 20 years, I guess.
Did he work for others or have his own business? What do you recall?
He had his own business.
Had he previously any times ever worked for others?
Yes.
But in July of 2019, he had his own business.
Yes.
Did he have a business partner?
He did, yes.
Did his job require him to travel a lot?
He did. He would be gone 3 or 4 days a week on average. Sometimes he didn't have to travel, but he was just, but yeah, he would be gone 3 or 4 days a week when he would be working.
I want to ask you a little bit about Charles. Was he sort of a meticulous person when it came to paperwork?
Oh, yes. I mean, for when you're doing that type of work, you have to be meticulous and methodical, and you can't make any errors. You can't miss a dot or crossing a T, because it will get kicked back to you, and then it just causes a lot of delay and a lot of trouble. So he was actually, he said, there was never anybody I've ever trusted to do this for me. And I was like, well, I'll do it for you, because
All right, we'll stop here.
yeah.
So when Charles was working as financial planner, do you know if he had Lori help him with any part of his job?
I don't really know exactly what she did, but yes,
Okay.
but I don't know what she did.
Prior to Charles being a financial advisor, did he have a very different career in sports?
Oh, he was, he quit, I don't know if, I don't remember because I was quite young then, but he did, I believe he was drafted in the early 70s into the Houston Astros minor league.
So when you were growing up, did you see your brother playing baseball?
I was raised at a baseball field. If it wasn't Charles, Jerry played for years, my other brother, but Charles stuck with it, and that's how he got to college with a degree, with a scholarship.
So you got stuck many a night and a weekend having to be at the ball field with your brother.
Yes.
What position did your brother play?
He was a pitcher. He was very, very good. He was a left-handed pitcher, and they're very hard to hit against.
Okay. Did he bat right or left-handed?
He was left-handed.
Did he do everything left-handed?
Yes.
Right, left-handed? After your brother, well, let me ask you, do you know how long he played in the semi-pro?
I don't. He had moved to Houston, and but he blew out his knee, and that's ended that right there.
Did your brother stay in shape after that, even though he blew out his knee?
Oh yes, he was always doing something. Always bike riding, hiking, just anything. Gym, all he was very active.
So every time you saw him, he was taking care of himself.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a little bit about religion. Did your family grow up in the LDS church or faith?
No, we did not.
Did you know Charles to ever convert to the LDS faith?
He did at some point during his marriage to Lori.
Okay. When Lori and Charles were married, did they always live in one state, or did they move?
No, they lived here in Phoenix, in the Phoenix area, Chandler, Gilbert, and then they moved to Hawaii in 2014, and then they moved back late 2016 or early 2017.
Back to.
I wish my monitors would stop flashing on and off.
Do you recall where they were,
Sticking me
what
out.
state they were in when they met?
When Charles and Lori met,
Yeah.
they were in Texas.
Texas, okay. In 2018 and 19, you told us that Charles and JJ would come visit you and the family regularly.
Yes.
In March of 2018, did you have a member of your family pass away?
Yes, my mother did in March of 18.
Did Charles come out for that?
Yes, he did. He was there for her services. Lori was not, and we felt like something was going on. Well, actually, my husband felt it before I did, and then when she didn't show for my mother's funeral, I just thought that was just appalling. It appalled me that she wouldn't even come to something like that with her husband.
What was your relationship like with Lori?
Because of the work I did, the company we owned, I was on the phone an extreme amount of time, all the time. So I really don't like to call people. I'm not a phone person. I'll text you all day long, but I really don't like to talk. And so Lori and I never really had a big phone relationship. It was
Same
a text
case,
here
same.
and there, but mostly Charles would keep me up to date as to different things that were going on, or what they were up to, or Charles would call. Yeah, Charles would call me mostly.
So you weren't, it sounds like you weren't close with her.
When Lori and I were together, it was like we hadn't missed a minute. We just took up where we left off, and she's very outgoing, and she's very friendly and very easy to talk to, and so we got along rather well, and I loved her.
So continuing in 2018, do you recall seeing Charles and JJ coming out to visit you guys in October of 2018?
Yes,
What was that for?
just a weekend visit.
Okay. What about in November of 2018? Did you see Charles and JJ then?
We did. My husband and myself and my granddaughter, we went to Las Vegas, and Charles and JJ met us there for the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. I thought that was odd. He wasn't with his family. He said Lori was sick or Tylee was sick is what he told us, but it just, I mean, he just wouldn't share what all was going on at that point. Then when he finally did, he unloaded it all.
So in 2018, did you have any idea there were any, let me say this, in 2018, did you have some concerns about their relationship?
Yes, it was for him to come as often as they were coming was odd, and just, he was just unsettled, and we knew something was going on, but he would never say.
Okay.
So he did, he talked to us when he was ready.
When we get into 2019, did you start to see your brother more?
Yes.
First, without going into what Charles said, did you ever become aware finally that his marriage with Lori was in trouble?
Yes, I did.
In 2019, again, without going into what Charles said, did you ever believe that Charles was concerned for his safety?
Charles was absolutely concerned for his safety. Lori had sent me a text, I think it was on a Thursday, that she and Charles were fighting because of some stuff she came up with, and that she and JJ and Tylee were at a hotel. Well, I guess Tylee was, I'm not sure. And because she didn't want to have any fighting, so they went to a hotel, and I came out. I knew Charles the next day. That's when she sent it to me, and then I just really didn't. I didn't call Charles. I knew he'd call me, and he sure enough did. And he was a mess, and so I flew out the next day out here to help him with JJ, and just to come and talk to him and see what was going on. He was alone, and Lori's family turned their backs on him and JJ. Okay.
Let's just kind of break it all down.
All right.
Now you got a lot that you remember. So you said that you got a text from Lori indicating that she and JJ and Tylee were at a hotel.
Mm-hmm.
And then you said that Charles then called you maybe the next day.
Yeah.
And you came out here to Arizona.
Yes.
When you came out here to Arizona, did you become aware at that point that there was a big problem now with their relationship?
There was a huge problem now with their relationship.
And during this time when you had come out here. Do you remember approximately when that was?
Like the 1st of February of 2019, or the 2nd. It was right in there.
When you came out here, did you then speak with Charles about his concerns for his safety? Just yes or no?
About his what?
His concerns for his safety.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
That's just yes. Is this the time where, well, let me ask it this time. When you came out here, did you see Lori?
No.
When you came out here, did anyone know where Lori was?
No, nobody was talking about where she was. Nobody would tell Charles where she was.
So your brother was trying to find where she was?
Yes, he was.
Where was JJ at this time?
He was with Charles, and that's what one of the reasons I came out was to help him with JJ, because he was quite a handful, and Charles was a mess. He was broken. He was a broken-hearted man.
So you come out here. Charles has JJ. Where's Tylee? Do you know?
She's, as far as we knew, she was staying at Lori's brother's. That's what we knew then.
Okay. Did you have any interaction with her?
No.
How long did Charles have JJ where he's looking for Lori and can't find her?
Well, that portion of the time was 58 days, and I knew how many days it was because every day Charles would say something. He would tell me.
So he was counting them.
He would count
them. Were you out here the whole time? What'd you do?
I could work remotely at the time, so I did stay out here a lot, often, but I would fly back. I was back and forth between Louisiana and here from February until the end of March, because at that point we moved Charles to Houston.
Okay. So the end of March, you said you were moving Charles to Houston. Was that with JJ?
Yes.
Why are you helping him move to Houston?
Because Charles told me that Lori did not want JJ anymore, or Kylie, or him. And I said, okay, well, look, what if you move to Houston and I'll be 2.5 hours away, and when you go out of town, I'll come and stay with JJ. And so he was talking about hiring a nanny, and I said, no, I will be the nanny, and I'll come and take care of him when you have to work. And it's easy enough, and you won't have to pay a penny.
So when Charles has JJ, you're helping take care of JJ in this time period in February, March.
Yes.
What about Charles's business? Did you help with that at all?
Yes. I had to get my arms around the whole thing. All the payments that needed to be made, the accounts, the emails, all that stuff you have to change over and change the password and all that, so Lori couldn't access it any longer.
You said you had your own job. What were you doing at that time in addition to helping your brother?
My husband and I owned a coastal crew change. It was a transportation company for the offshore oil and gas and LNG industry.
Okay. So you're trying to work that job and help Charles with his business.
Yes, I had a really great assistant who helped me an awful lot.
Do you remember when you were packing up to move Charles to Houston?
Yes.
You there?
I was there.
Did Lori show back up?
She did. I was in the pantry in the kitchen packing up the pantry, and I don't know what, just something caught my attention, and I walked out and she was standing there. She had her back to me. Charles was sitting at the table on his phone, and he obviously didn't realize that she was there. And then finally, when he hung up, he looked up and there she was, and he started crying, and she started yelling
Do you recall what she was yelling about?
that, why did you take JJ? Why did you take JJ? Why did you take him out of school? Why are you moving? What are you doing? All this is your fault. It was just ridiculous.
So she'd been gone for 58 days, leaving.
No contact whatsoever.
And then she shows up at the house when you guys are moving out.
Yeah.
What was Charles's like demeanor reaction? You said he was crying?
He was at first, but then he was just trying. Charles was a very soft-spoken man, and he was just trying to get a word in edgewise. And finally, Lori settled down a little bit, and they went and they talked for a while in the living room, or the I guess it's like a great room, and then they moved to the bedroom to talk. And I could still hear every now and then Lori would get a little loud, but they were talking. And then I remember that Lori came. Let's see, I was sitting at the dining table, and she stood next to me and she said, "I love you, KK." And I said, "Well, I love you too. I'm sorry this is happening." And she cried, and I didn't know what to do really. So, I mean, I just was there. And then she walked off, and the next day she came. I don't know who came, but they got Tylee's belongings out of the casita where all of Tylee's belongings were. And I don't remember if she got anything of hers. I really don't remember.
Okay. So are we now talking the end of March, beginning of April of 2019, when Charles is moving back to Houston?
Yeah.
Did he bring JJ with him?
Yes. Well, in order for me and Charles to move in, Larry, I flew out here and brought JJ back to Louisiana with me. And then my husband, Larry, kept him for a week while I flew back here to help Charles pack and then drive back to Houston.
All right. So you guys rented a big truck and drove it?
He drove the U-Haul. I drove his pickup.
All right. When
I believe that's.
When Charles got to Houston, then did JJ come? Did your husband bring JJ back?
Yes, he did.
Through all of this time with Charles, when he was looking for Lori while she was gone for those 58 days, did he still want Lori to be part of JJ's life?
He did. He did. He never was trying to take that away from Lori, even though Lori didn't want him anymore. I still didn't. I never really understood that, but I guess he was just hoping for the best. But,
Hi, Terry.
Yes, he absolutely wanted her to be part.
Look at us.
Lori's life.
So once Charles moved to Houston, did Lori ever also?
I feel like I have to behave.
I don't know if you call it moved out there, but she did. She came that day on March 28th. Charles said, "Look, we're moving to Houston. You're welcome to come. I'll fly you out Sunday." And she said, "No, I'm busy. I have a project," or something she was doing in Hawaii. She said it'll be about 2 weeks. I'll be in Houston. So she whatever she did, she was gone for 2 weeks, 2 more weeks. It was a total of 72 days, I believe, she was gone altogether. And then she was there. She and Tylee moved in at Charles's, and Charles said that she slept in JJ's room with him.
It's the Zizians. They pulled me out.
Here's my powerful mana warp.
The first 2 weeks when Charles and
Strong.
JJ are in Houston without Lori, were you ever there to help with JJ and Charles' business?
No, Lori was there. I mean,
I guess
JJ was
before she moved there. The 2 weeks.
Oh, I think.
Or did
no,
you?
I had to go home for a little while, but Charles came like the weekend, and, so if I wasn't here, he was there.
Okay. So once you drove him there, you may have stayed to help him, and then you went home.
Yeah.
And you weren't there when Lori came to Houston.
No.
You told us that.
I wish we had a
you
camera on
were
Lori
helping
too.
Your brother with his business.
I know.
I think you said something about changing passwords.
Yeah.
Was that to different financial accounts?
Right. Credit card, bank, stuff like that. Yeah. The password to Google, the password to,
all the things you use for business.
Yeah. Yes.
And so when you started helping him, you had changed a lot of those passwords.
Yes.
At some point, did you become aware that, or at some point, did Charles stop asking you to help him with the business?
There would be many.
He did, and that's when Lori came back.
Ugh.
Now, you said that your
Can't even
brother
believe the
worked in
snark,
news,
Terry.
right?
Yeah.
She's pro se, by the way, in case you didn't know.
Right. That last part of the time when you were working with him up through sort of the end of March.
I mean, it's the only reason we're here.
Were you aware of Charles coming into a large amount of money?
He was receiving an annuity. What do you call it? I can't think of the word right now, but he was receiving like $125,000 check for his commission.
I never put the camera on.
Annuities, and Lori obviously knew that because she was there just a few days before that came into the bank. That was deposited into the bank. I had access to the bank, so I would watch that.
Okay. So even though Lori came back, you still had the passwords to look into Charles's account?
Yes.
Do you know how long Lori stayed in Texas with Charles?
It's like she wasn't there the entire time, but I mean, she was always traveling through May. I'll say towards the end of May. I'm not for sure exactly what day.
Okay. So at some point, a couple months later, you become aware that she has left Houston?
Yes.
Did you know where she went?
Yeah, she was back back here.
Did JJ come with her when she moved back here to Arizona?
He did.
And did you know?
100% Terry.
Did your brother move back here?
No, he did not.
And with your access to the finances, were you aware whether or not Charles was paying for a house here in Arizona for Lori and JJ?
I really don't recall seeing that transaction. I really don't, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. At that time, I was selling my company, and so I had a lot going on at that time, and that's when it was really getting, the due diligence. The company was doing their due diligence, so I had to provide a lot of information for them, and so it really was perfect timing because then I got super busy with my company, and I didn't have to deal with all of Charles's because Lori was back. Or
let me ask you something else. Were you aware of when Charles met Lori before they got married. Was she, do you know if she worked?
She was a hairdresser. She did work as a hairdresser, and I don't know exactly when she quit working, but she didn't. I don't think she worked long. If she did, after they got married.
Okay, so for most of the time when you knew them to be married, you did not see her working outside the home.
No.
Did Charles, I guess, work so she could stay home with the kids?
Yes, he was fine with being a one income, letting her stay home, tend to the kids, and he would be the.
Because Charles was a great guy. Lori didn't deserve him.
I know that we've talked about Charles working in the area of financial planning. Did you know if Charles had a life insurance policy?
I don't think they'll get to cross either, Kelly.
That's something that, how did you learn about that?
Well, I mean, he had told my
I think I
husband
got
Larry and
mine.
I years ago, he helped us acquire a $1 million life insurance policy on, for me and my husband each. And because he always had one, and Lori had one, so that was nothing new or unusual to talk about.
Okay.
There was glitter all over the place.
At some point when you were helping Charles, when Lori had disappeared and Charles didn't know where she was, did you have a conversation with Charles about the beneficiary of his life insurance?
Yes, it was early February when I came here to help him with JJ, and he said, "Look, I'm going to change. I'm going to take Lori off as beneficiary, and I'm going to put you as the beneficiary." And I was like, we talked about maybe a minute and a half about it, and I was like, okay, whatever. I really don't want to be that person, but okay. And I never followed up to see if he'd changed. I didn't know until I got the phone call after he was killed.
So the discussion you had of that change was during that time period when he couldn't find Lori, had no idea where he was, and he was taking care of JJ?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you were helping him take care of JJ?
Yes.
So if something had happened to Charles during that time when Lori wasn't around, would you have taken care of JJ?
Yes, he would have come back to me and my husband.
So I want to kind of go to right around that July time period. Do you recall when was the last time, I'll start with, when was the last time you saw your brother, Charles?
That's a good question. Probably must have been in June.
And do you recall where that was or the
I think he came to
circumstances?
Lake Charles for the weekend.
Did you see JJ then?
Yeah, no. The last time I saw JJ was May 18th.
Good grief, Terry.
When was the last time you recall speaking or texting with your brother, Charles?
He texted me the night before he was shot, and just, hey, I'm going to be in Phoenix tomorrow, and how's it going? And just a little short text. And I'm boarding the plane now, and I'll be back in Phoenix in a little bit. And then he told me a few other things he had planned, but that was not much, not a big deal.
Did you think he was going to Phoenix to just see JJ?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you know anything about any type of intervention?
No, he never talked. If he did talk to me about it, and I'm pretty sure I would have remembered that, But no, I know that he and Adam was his confidant during that time, Lori's brother. And so I know that whatever he was doing, you know, Adam was part of it. And, you know, they were just, I knew he was in good hands with Adam, because Adam, they loved Charles, him and his wife.
Do you have any knowledge of Charles wanting to get a place here in Phoenix so he could be closer to JJ?
I don't remember that, but I can't remember that. I mean, I don't think I don't know.
Yep,
I can't answer that.
that's okay. I want to talk to you then about, so you talked to your brother, just kind of normal stuff as he was, before he got here to Phoenix. How did you learn that your brother Charles was dead?
It was on July the 12th. I was at a nail salon in Lake Charles, my granddaughter and I, and I got a call from his oldest son, Cole, and he said, "Hey, what is going on? I just got a text from Lori, and she said Dad's dead." And I said, wait, what did you just say? And he told me again, and I said, something's wrong with that. That can't be true. And I said, have you tried to call her? And Cole's like, yeah, she won't. I'm trying calling. She's not answering. He was freaking out, and I was like, okay, Cole, just
Fucking
give me a
Lori,
minute.
man.
Let me think about this. Let me see, and I'll call you
Cold.
back. I promise. As soon as I can figure this out.
Just
So
cold as
I
ice.
called my husband.
Oh, there's my sunglasses.
To tell him, and he said,
Sorry.
he said, okay, well, I told him that what the Cole said.
Spent all
and he
day
said,
looking
hey,
for
let me
these.
call you back in a minute. And so I was still at the nail salon trying to get out of there. And he called and he said, he's dead. I Googled him and he's dead. Alex killed him yesterday. And I mean, that was just like, it was horrible.
Yeah, she does, Terry.
I have to call my siblings and let them know. Thank you. And everybody was freaked out. I didn't know what to do. But I did call Cole back and let him know that it was true. And just was telling him, let's keep in touch. You find out something, I find out something, we'll let each other know. And
Did you try to reach out to Lori?
I've tried calling, texting Charles. I tried calling, texting Lori. And at some point she texted me, she returned a text, something like, I'm having to deal with a lot of stuff and I'm busy. And she was too busy to even call his family to say that he was dead by her brother killing him. And
No, she didn't. She's an asshole. She's the worst.
Take a breath. So you had tried to reach her and she was too busy to
Step it up, Terry.
yeah.
It's okay. No one thinks we're cool either, Terry.
Did you ever?
We haven't broke 10 viewers at a time.
Burial plans. Did you ever get Charles back? What happened with him?
We
That's all
ended
right.
up calling a
That's not what
detective, the detectives in Chandler, since that's where it happened. And we were able to speak to a detective, I don't know who, but we told them that I had already arranged just a flight for the next day. We were here by noon Saturday because I needed
You did.
I needed to know I need to know where JJ was. I didn't know what he had seen. I didn't know what he knew. I knew he would be, I knew it wasn't good. But I couldn't, we had to talk to the detectives before I did anything with Lori. So, and we had to wait till Sunday to meet with Nate Moffitt. And then when we talked to him is when I told him about the life insurance policy and that Lori, that I didn't know if Charles had ever changed it to me like he said he was going to do. And so I didn't know, but I just knew we had to get JJ because he was not safe with her.
Let me stop you there.
No, he wasn't.
I'm going to go back to Charles.
So
I would have been
infuriating.
so happy living there with Kay.
Where was Charles buried, or where was what was done with his remains?
This bitch.
Before Lori knew she wasn't getting the money, she had him cremated and he was mailed. He was FedEx or whatever over to my office, along with his Letterman's jacket from high school and a couple pair of cheap sunglasses and 1 or 2 watches. It was just a few little trinkets. And Charles had a watch collection, and she just sent some crap.
So she cremated him and FedExed him to you.
Oh, yes. She's the worst.
Sent him to your work office?
Yes.
Now you're saying this is before she learned the life insurance policy was not going to be, she was not going to be the beneficiary. Did you set up like a service for Charles?
Yes, my family and I made arrangements for a memorial service to happen in Lake Charles on August the 3rd, which was, he was killed July 11th. So it took us a little bit to put it together, but we did.
Did you talk to Lori about having JJ come out for Charles's service?
I think the last time I talked to Lori was she told us that she wanted, I asked her, what can we do in Houston? I was trying to be nice because I knew she had something to do with his murder. And I'm not one that can just lie off the cuff. I'm a bad liar. And so when I did talk to her, and it was a long, awkward conversation I had with her, but I was like, what do you want us to do with the stuff at the house in Houston? But when we got to the house in Houston, and she did, y'all please go do what you want to do with it. See what Cole wants, y'all split it up. Y'all take it.
She gave you permission to go to the house in Houston and take whatever was there?
Yes. And when we got there, none of Charles's personal belongings were there.
Shocked.
Nothing at all. And that I couldn't figure out why nothing of Charles's or JJ's was there. Or wait, nothing of Charles's was there. Just his business files and the big furniture, sofa, beds, stuff like that.
So you went there.
What did she do with all of this shit?
How did you, and you told us that you did not know for sure if your brother had ever changed the beneficiary from Lori to you. How did you find out if that was done?
I think it was the following week.
Good point, Lady in Gray.
Banner Life, that's where who wrote the policy.
Because she's dumb.
A lady called and said that I was the beneficiary. I was the sole beneficiary. And, what was our address? And she wanted to verify a few things. and to send out the check.
When you got that call, did you ever have
Mhm.
Lori confront you about the life insurance policy?
Did I ever have Lori what?
Yeah, did Lori ever confront you about being the beneficiary
Oh.
for Charles's life insurance policy?
Yes.
I'm sure she did.
She didn't call and do it. She sent me a text one night, a picture or two of a screenshot. She took a screenshot of the change of beneficiary form with my name on it. And she said something to the effect of 5 kids and his sister gets all the money, or is that why you want JJ? Something to that effect, which it made no sense. I want JJ, period. That was a dumb statement by her.
So let me ask you this. She told you and that
Squirming.
she was left
She's squirming
with
in her
5 kids.
chair over there. Just can't wait.
5 kids. She had Colby and Tylee and JJ.
And
And
at that
Colby was
time-
out of the house, so it was just Tylee and JJ.
So she's messaging you this saying how upset she is because she has 5 kids to take care of.
Yeah.
And then she tells you that, is this why you wanted JJ to come to Charles's service?
No, I had already gotten the okay from her to come get him. I was going to fly here, pick him up, go back to Louisiana, keep him for a week and attend this so he could attend the service during that time. And when she
Love
found
your
out
face.
she was not, when she found the change of beneficiary form, she said that she was too busy. They were moving to Hawaii, and it would be too confusing for JJ to come, and he needed to be with her.
So after
Too
she
confusing.
found out and had confronted you about that change of beneficiary where you are now getting Charles's life insurance policy, she changed her mind and refused to let JJ go to Charles's service. his dad's
Yes.
Service.
But you guys, she totally didn't conspire to have him killed, because this is how a
After
normal
this confrontation
person reacts.
about Charles making you the beneficiary of the life insurance policy, did that pretty much end most of the contact you had with Lori, other than you reaching out to talk with JJ?
Sadly.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, Cross.
Oh, we're getting there tonight, guys.
Yes, please.
Did she just say, oh boy? Yeah, she just, the K just said, oh boy. Yes.
She did not.
She did. Yes. Get her, Kay.
Ms. Lecoq, where were you on July 11th, 2019?
At home in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
You think she's even going to look at her?
Were you aware at all of the relationship between Charles and Tylee?
She won't even look at Kay.
It was, let's say, it was
Oh.
a bit contemptuous. It seemed like there was always a lot of drama going on, and so that's all I knew. He didn't say too much about it, and I didn't pry.
Mm-hmm.
But you knew that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for
I can't
a
hear
while.
you.
I'm sorry. You did know that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for a while.
I love she did that on purpose. You know it.
And you weren't really aware of the events that happened that morning, were you?
The morning of his
July
murder?
Of July 11th?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
Because you didn't tell me.
Okay, if you get put in contempt, we will send bail money right away.
Miss Wilcox,
Fuck yeah.
did
I'll go
you
broke.
see or hear or personally witness me conspire with Alex Cox to kill my husband, Charles Vallow?
No, but I saw a ton of evidence that did.
Thank you. No further questions.
Oh, she wimped out.
What? And she let
About the relationship with your brother entirely.
I
How old
expected
was
more.
Kylie when Lori and Charles got married?
She was 3. Right around
Mic
there.
drop for Kay.
So was
She gets
Charles
it.
in her life
MVP
for
of the
most
day.
her memorable
Wow.
years.
No, exactly. Yes, he was.
She fucking ran.
And how old was she in July of 2019?
She
Is
was
there more though?
16.
She doesn't
Yeah,
get to
she-
say anymore though.
So teenager.
Yes.
In terms of their relationship, are you saying that Charles and Tylee never had good times?
Oh, I'm not. No, I'm not saying that. I saw them have good times, and it wasn't, it wasn't that they couldn't look at each other. Or, it wasn't like that. But I mean, yeah, a teenage girl on one is hard anyway. But
Mhm.
I do know that there was a lot of issues with her dad and Lori with her ex-husband and custody, and it was a mess.
And
It
then
was
he
a
died?
mess.
So Tylee had a lot going on in her life.
Yes, she did.
And you would see her and Charles at times have difficulty getting along.
I never really saw anything that sticks out in my mind. But I just know he'd tell me how it was just difficult.
I wonder.
And as a step parent,
That was
it
like the
can be very
first
difficult.
interaction they've
I
had
can-
since
I
she's
can
been
attest to
married.
that.
Like
Yeah,
verbally with each other.
because they weren't allowed to testify, I think, in Idaho.
So on
I
July
don't know
11th,
if they did or not, but
think
she
they
still
did.
wasn't
when
talking
Charles
to them
Vallow was
though.
killed,
Like she couldn't
did you
have
actually
verbally
have
said
any idea
anything to
your
her.
brother was dead?
Would have been through her
None
lawyers.
at all. How would I know?
So
I think Larry testified.
in terms of you learning that your brother was dead, it was never from Lori
Or
Vallow.
from her.
It was,
It was from Google that my husband found.
thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from anyone on the jury?
How are you such a badass, Kay?
You could step down now.
We love you, Kay. You did great. Round of applause for you, Kay. You did it, girl.
All right. Members of the jury, that's going to conclude trial for this week. No trial tomorrow.
Yes.
I'm
let's
going
go
to try to
Lori's
start
stupid
early on Monday
back
and
of her head.
Tuesday only. So just to preview next week, I plan on, if you guys can all be here at 10
And
a.m.,
she
try to
hugs
start a little earlier than
hit
normal
her
for Monday and
son
Tuesday.
right behind her.
Wednesday and
That was
Thursday
Colby.
will be
Boom.
back at 10:30 a.m. All right.
All right.
I'll remind you to remember the admonition and avoid any sort of information about this case that you do not receive from this, that's outside of this courtroom, I should say. All right. Thank you. We'll be at recess.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, because so I don't think, if I remember right, they put Larry and Kay on the witness list. And she's being such a bitch about letting Kay and Larry into the courtroom because they were witnesses. And then I think Larry testified, but I don't think Kay did. I just remember it being such bullshit about Kay and Larry not being allowed to be there for a couple of days.
Right.
Oh, we're not done.
Wow.
Oh, yes, we are. Just kidding. The judge just said we'll see us Monday morning. Oh my gosh. At the fact that she let Kay end her cross with, no, but I've seen a lot of the evidence that you did.
Mm-hmm.
Lori. Oh, I bet the prosecutor's girl, thanks.
She probably was, but she was also, I don't know, but I think Lori was like literally pissing in her pants. Like, I don't think I think she's more intimidated by Kay than she wanted to let on.
Oh, definitely.
Absolutely.
Kay gave more shits about Tylee and what happened to Tylee than Lori did. Mm-hmm. You know, she has no relation to Tylee, technically, but she stood there and tried to get justice for JJ, Tylee, who she's not really related to, and Tammy Daybell, who she didn't even freaking know. Because Kay and Larry Woodcock are amazing human beings. And the Daybells are garbage. Garbage people. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm a little disappointed that the cross wasn't longer, but you know what? I think that's better.
It ended well.
It did end well. And I hope that Kay, you know, she got justice for JJ and Tylee.
Yeah, I expected Lori to be like saying to like, how do you know? You know, I expected that snarky trying to get back in her face about the things that she had just testified to. But
she got scared.
She's scared.
She's scared. She's scared.
She's scared.
She's scared.
And to not tell his family at all.
To just FedEx him without.
Gross. And what happened to all of his stuff?
Disrespectful. I mean, like.
But you guys, she would never conspire to murder him.
And she thinks other people are dark.
Right? She's so freaking dark.
She's the darkest of dark.
What do we got over here? She did so good. Kelly says, I think Kay testified first in Lori's trial. I can't, maybe. I know it was a whole to-do where it was very unfair that Kay and Larry were excluded for a while. I don't remember.
What you mean, Bells?
Yeah. I mean, it's a person.
The law allows
what? Sending cremains? Is that how you say that? Cremains? Yes. Yeah, you can do that. You can send body parts through the mail. They do that.
I mean, you can ship them via a plane.
I feel like there was once like, what things can you send in the mail? And I'm pretty sure body parts was one of them.
All right, come here, Google.
I mean, it
Honey,
probably has to be legit. You know,
ignore your search history.
In case he's wondering.
Seems like you would think, but no. No.
Well,
I mean, they let you fly dead bodies in a plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be triple packaged in leak-proof or sift-proof primary receptacles. So it just has to be packaged well enough.
You do know that there is a service out there that you can send, you can send bodily fluids to somebody to make you jewelry.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Look at Annie.
Annie, think about it.
Her head. Like,
were you not part of that conversation? Because
that was a Hey Ho show.
Blood?
Yeah.
We talked about this on the Hey Ho.
No, not blood, darling. Oh, you are so sweet. You are so sweet.
I mean,
it's white.
You're
Annie.
producing some too.
And people turn it into jewelry.
Yes.
Why? Why? For what reason?
I don't know. But it's very weird.
And they do the same things with ashes.
Well, I know that.
Ashes, semen, let's just do it. Like we're not monetized. What do we care, right?
That's true.
Semen, breast milk. Breast milk.
Why?
Yeah. And
that's what you meant. You just said you're producing some too, and I was like,
no, we meant the semen.
I assure you I'm not.
Nope, we meant the semen. That's what we were talking about.
No.
The breast milk. Okay.
Yeah, there's this lady. She has a whole Etsy. She does it. She makes.
Did we put that on the Hey Ho?
It was on the Hey Ho show.
Or did I pull it? Okay, I can't remember. Was it one of those where I was like, oh, I don't know.
Well, I mean,
No,
some
I'm
parts of
never
it was on
gonna-
the Hey Ho.
I'm never gonna ask to borrow anybody's jewelry. I'm never gonna.
Oh my gosh.
Trust it.
Well, the next time somebody makes you a craft jewelry, just be very careful. You know, just say,
The only person that would make me jewelry is in the stream.
This one over here.
What are you saying?
What?
I don't have any of your bodily functions or anybody you know.
You won't get them.
And I don't want them, and I wouldn't do that.
Next time you come visit, I'm gonna be like, here are some ground rules.
You can leave stickers all over my house, but you can't take anything with you.
Was that on the wrong side? It's
It
just the right
was.
way for me.
She's there for me.
Oh, she's totally there for me.
That's so funny.
See, Llama's
Here.
that way for me, and Annie's that way for me.
Llama.
That's weird. Because I'm in one, and then Amy, and then you.
I'm on the
Oh, look at us. We're so funny.
We don't know what we're doing. We just are here being all pretty and stuff. I don't
People
know.
are going to tune into this and go, what is wrong with these people?
See, look, Sam just sent me a screenshot, and it matches what I said. So, proof.
Captain,
You guys
you're
are
more than
broken.
welcome. You're welcome to be here.
Whatever.
I mean, I'm convinced
Not
that when
gonna
I
steal
see
my
Amy
bodily
in July, she's going to like get a piece of my hair. So that way, when cloning happens, she'll have my DNA. So we're mirrored or aka inverted. I guess maybe. I don't know.
Oh, God. Karen
Oh,
Reed,
that's a-
inverted. I can't.
It just clicked. Wasn't that like a Karen Reed groundbreaking day or something?
Your invite's taken back, Captain. Don't come here.
Thanks for having my back, Sam. Appreciate it.
Revoked.
Well, yeah, so that was today. Today was a good day in court. Today was a very good day. The fingerprints lady was kind of boring, but that's only because
It was
I like to hear her
every
talk,
trial.
though.
Yeah, she
Oh, yeah,
was.
She was
very
very
well.
enunciated.
Yeah, she definitely wasn't like boring like a lot of the text can be, like, or monotone, I guess is what.
And I
mean.
missed, did Lori have any questions for her? She
No.
didn't, did she? Yeah. She's not questioning any of the technical people. I mean, the one detective she did.
Because she didn't. Oh no, wait, she did do. She had like one question for that lady. She did not cross the Celebrate guy, which I'll be honest, I don't remember why he was there for. Did we even learn anything from that guy?
Yeah, what was he there for?
I have no idea. Maybe that'll come into play later.
What was the question for the fingerprint lady? I don't remember.
Fingerprint. So it goes William McDonald and then fingerprint lady Marissa. Lori asked if the DNA collected was ever tested. Francisco is unsure. She says she swabbed the DNA and sent it to a lab. Lori has no further questions. So
Okay.
that was
Let down,
that.
Lori. Do it better next time.
Groundbreaking.
Groundbreaking. No fingerprints of Charles's was able to be confirmed on the bat. I don't think he was ever holding the bat. I think it's a bunch of fucking bullshit. Even if he was holding the bat, I'm gonna go with
self-defense.
Yeah, like that. But I don't think he had a bat. He doesn't seem like that kind of guy. I mean, think of all the instances here.
Still alive.
Oh, I know, right? I think he was murdered.
Absolutely. Natural causes after that, really?
No way.
Oh,
They
now.
didn't want anybody to talk.
No, exactly.
Knew their stories.
But how did they get it to look like
Because he's
natural
the
causes?
henchman.
I think with some kind of medicine or something like that.
Potassium, Buffy.
Because he was cremated too, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Like they didn't do an autopsy or
Where's
anything,
Buffy?
but I could be wrong. I don't know. You
Are
love
you
the
talking
witness?
about Nancy Joe?
Nancy Joe. I love Nancy Joe. Nancy Joe and Kay. Well, I'm glad that Kay, she got to
have
lead a
another
stand
trial
film
to go
good.
through though. She doesn't. There's just a
I think this will be it for Kay. I think, well, for
Cause she-
Kay, I don't think
Okay,
she would have anything to do with
Boudreaux.
Boudreaux. Yeah, Brandon Boudreaux. I have to say the first and last name together to say it right. Alex had blood clots in his lungs.
So what could cause that? I'm not ready to admit that it was natural causes.
I mean, that, because it was what, like a month after her and Chad get married?
Something like that. It was really, really close.
Because Charles dies in July. The kids die at the September, middle half to end of September. Tammy dies in October. They fuck off to Hawaii and get married in November. And then Alex, I think, dies like before Christmas. Maybe after. I think it's before.
Alex and Lori talk, blah, blah, blah.
Tinfoil hats. What did Zulima do for a job? Was she a nurse?
I completely forgot about her.
I think she's on the witness list, by the way.
Gotta remember that name.
Zulima. It reminds me of what's the Zulu, right? Is that from Ghostbusters? Zulu.
Alex died in December. December 12th.
Yeah. Look at me getting that timeline still, remembering that. I mean, that's just all too suspicious. Because they also just got married, like right before. The day before he died, he told his wife they were setting him up to be the setting him up, sir.
She was. It says Zulima. Am I saying that right?
Zulima
was married to Lori Vallow's brother, Alex.
Yeah.
Right. I remember that. Yeah.
They got married like right after Chad and Lori.
And then he died.
Oh, you asked
natural
what she do.
Oh yeah, I asked for what Zulima did for a job.
I feel like why am I thinking like she was like, you know, Pilates or something like that?
Yeah, the three couples got me. Who was the third couple? Was it the Melanie? I think it was her niece Melanie. I can't remember what her last name is.
I can't remember Zulima's
But
last name.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it was niece Melanie.
Starts with a
niece
P.
Melanie used
can't
to be
say
Bordeaux. Yeah, married for 2 weeks and then he died. I mean, maybe if they
It's
wouldn't
all
have
a
went
little sketchy. The whole freaking thing is
like they just killed 4 people and we're supposed to believe that he just died of natural causes with blood clots in the lungs, because I don't believe he was sick or anything. It just like spontaneously happened to, you know. Oh, hey Terry. Ooh, Chase's dad called you.
Uh-oh.
I hope with good news, whatever that could be, but I hope it is. I hope Zulima I think Zulima is on Lori's list.
Do we have their list?
I don't.
Do we need that? We need to get that.
We do need to get that because that would help me trying to spell these people's names. Zoe, can you not, please? Why are you tangled up in my cords? Go down. Go down. Watch
Thanks for that screenshot, Sam, because now I know I don't want to be on YouTube anymore.
Oh, shut your face. Shut your face. Get back here. And he probably has it. Oh, probably. I think Maricopa releases their court records, if I remember right.
Well, you know, we didn't do any preparation for this.
Yeah,
No.
you stopped.
No. It was like 10:30 in the morning.
I started it and then I bailed on you guys for a few days. I apologize.
Yeah, very much.
Somebody's work needed them.
Rude. But no Vallow tomorrow. Tomorrow, Yellow Jackets Day. Woohoo! In the courtyard, we're doing a marathon. We might get eaten. I don't know. We might start a fire up and
I think
we'll
Buffy's first on the list, right?
She volunteered.
get some of that high calorie butt meat.
Anyway, come join our Discord.
Yes, come join our Discord. Link is in the description, right, Amy?
Look, we are
I don't
just
have it.
about relaxing, having fun, talking shit to each other all the time. It's a great place to be.
It's a good time for everybody. Good time for everybody. Well, on that, I know I'm ready to check out of here.
I
gotta pee
appreciate
again.
you guys. Thank you, Angie, for coming on the show. And
yeah, thanks everybody for watching. Zoe, you can chill out.
It's a family affair.
Little lady. Yes, thank you guys all for watching and chilling with us today. We will be back on Monday at
Bye, sweetie
1:30
bells.
Eastern. 1:30 Eastern.
Bye.
So, bye guys.
Bye.
Bye.